Also, Menominee, regular meeting of the Menominee Tribal Legislature, November 17th, 2022, Tribal Office Boardroom and virtual conferencing, 5 p.m. First order of business, call to order, roll call. Right, Ron Corn Sr., Yotsian. Gina Kakak,
Yotsian.
Joey Awanape,
Yotsian.
Rachel Fernandez,
Yotsian.
Myrna Warrington,
Yotsian.
Ronald Waka Sr.,
Yotsian.
Rebecca Brunette,
Yoksian.
Dana Wabanascom, Byron Dixon III.
Here.
So we do have a quorum, and got a little busy, so I don't remember where I left off in regards to someone offering some words. So, Myrna, you could.
So I'm just gonna ask that we take a moment in silence and think about all of our elders, winter coming up here, and hopefully they have all the resources and help they need to get through the winter. And our children that are struggling with home life and other things. Soldiers, I'm not gonna say what, keep them safe. And people that are mourning lost their loved ones.
Wayne and Myrna. Moving on the agenda, number 3, public comment period. Any public comment? Joanne?
Match Waywan, and can you hear me?
Yeah, can you, from record
A little louder?
description of topic and then whether you want that published?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My topic is about the issues with our website and with our internet. I'm sure it can be published.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Joanne.
Okay, so I'm a person who prefers to use a computer, and there's a lot of people who do. I'm not a smartphone type person, and so I applaud your app for everybody who does that, but our website is terribly outdated and needs a lot of attention to bring the information current. You know, we've got some employees who haven't worked for us for years that are listed there that, you know, really needs to be taken better care of, because that's our professional website for our tribe. And so that attention to detail with that needs to be made a priority, in my opinion. Same department, we've had issues with the email. The employees aren't able to respond to emails. They're having struggles, especially with Gmail, as far as I know. There might be others, but again, that's, professional correspondence that your employees are struggling with, that you legislators, I'm sure, are struggling with. And the tribal members count on that as a tool. So I think it would be really important to look into that and make it a priority to get that department fixing those issues. It creates barrier for tribal members to attend meetings, to correspond with the legislators of the different directors, to try to participate in our committee meetings and etc. So a priority status should be given to our website and our email communication issues from MITW. Matchwewanan.
Thank you for that, Joanne. Is there any other public comment? All right, hearing and seeing none, we're gonna move on. Number 4, MISD High School. Wendell? Got her down pat now, Regular.
Poso, everyone. Okay, I did want to let you know that, although I'm here by myself tonight, Kurt Wolfgram from Myron Construction, who is actually the project executive and is leading the high school project, he's on Zoom, so thank you for making sure he was connected, but he's also on the call with me. So my understanding is at the last meeting, we had brought a request regarding property in terms of, we're looking at changing where the school's placed on, which would be entirely on district property. And then what changes, of course, is the ball field structure. And we're gonna need potentially ball field capability in the future. We've determined right now that we will actually be good this spring, okay, based on, looking at whether soil bearings need to be made. We can get through the spring, so we probably won't need anything this year, this spring. However, for the future, we will need to look at, the Tucker property, okay? From this last meeting, what I also did was followed up with Doug at Land Management and with NACWA at Historic Preservation, clarifying that yes, an ARC study would need to be done. However, in conversation with NACWA, given the time of year, that the next time that a ARC study could actually be done on the property for the Tucker property, we're talking spring. Okay, I don't think that changes anything we're doing on our end, because we're meeting in our design meetings. We're trying to get to where we get a budget prepared to bring to the school board to say, look, all right, school board, this is what we think is going to be what it's going to take to get the job done. There's a bidding process. I mean, we're in what Kurt is saying to us is that when we talk about a shovel in the ground to actually start this whole process, we're talking June, probably talking some kind of ceremonial groundbreaking in May, but that's what our schedule is. So, and I think the last thing was in conversations with Doug, and I think it's centered around the school forestry property, was that maybe that area that we were looking for is probably area that cannot be touched. But there is property that runs along that, there's a road there, and there's an access point with that road that certainly would be a possibility, okay? So that's what I have, and then I guess in terms of what the legislature said is that we would come back here, and then that's when you would actually take a vote.
Tony? Tony, you have anything to add? So I guess just thinking out loud, Wendell, in regards if the ball fields couldn't go where you're planning to put them due to arc or whatever, we would just figure that out moving forward. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Okay, so when you mean if they could, let's say something was uncovered at the Tucker property and it was a no-go. As long as we knew there was conversation that said, look, we've got to find place for those ball fields, absolutely. You know, and again, I think I shared this at the last meeting. We're pretty sure that we might even be able to get the softball field on the existing district property that extends north into where the old ropes course is. We haven't shot the dimensions, but we're pretty sure. But yeah, that's exactly, if the ARC study would determine that that is not, feasible, then we would continue to work with the tribe and to look for additional property.
All right, thanks for that. MTL? Legislator Dixon?
Yeah, again, welcome, and fantastic work you're doing for the children. What is the contingency for, I hear the one for the Tucker contingency, and then the contingency with the dimensions if they're not viable for it. What other areas would you be looking at?
Well, the one that seems to make the most sense is to maybe work on a deal with the tribe regarding the rec field. That's a full-size baseball field. It's a nice field. Obviously, just like any other ball field, it probably needs some maintenance. I think if we were to need to go to that, I think we could work out an agreement like many schools do. They use the villages or the community's ball field, and they kind of work out a deal where the school has full access to it during their season. They take care of it, and then after that, it goes back to the village or the community. But you do it through some form of agreement. Okay, I don't believe if we could use the fairgrounds as a practice field. I don't think it's ideal for a softball field. It's just too big. But I think if we really can look at the possibility of doing that field right on our property, I think we'd be okay. But we would still ideally like to build a baseball, softball complex that actually adjoins, you have a concession stand right in it, you got your parking and, but if that doesn't work out, then plan B. But the main priority is the school.
So, the part about over by the Tucker family area, the land, will the footprint for both ball diamonds be feasible since the tower is over there?
Yeah, we've already looked at that, and I think when we brought the maps, that we've actually determined that side by side there would be room for the softball field, the baseball field, a concession stand, and ample parking, and it's away from the tower.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Other MTL? All right, Doug, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, members of the Legislature. So I think Wendell's team and their planning is going in a good direction. Personally, I can tell you I like this proposal better than the other one, but that's a long ways off from seeing it happen and where we are now. But the other thing, there's a bunch of moving parts here that we got to tackle. So, the work group you guys formed by motion met again on Tuesday. Wendell had a conflict. We couldn't make that one, but we meet every Tuesday. So we do need to get to the table and start talking, because we're gonna have to bring that MOU back. remember he has passed that MOU. That was related to the other site, so it needs some work. So that needs to come back. Tribe needs to think about the referendum yet. Obviously, we missed the deadline now, so we know that the January election isn't gonna make the tribal referendum anymore, so that one's gonna probably require a special election. You know, and then again, ARC in the spring, when Dr. Overstreet and Ryan and them can get in. So there's a lot of things to do related to this, but maybe it being, you know, in the season that it's in, that the work group every Tuesday, maybe we can do enough work to get this thing ready in accordance with Wendell's deadline. But I just want to remind everybody that them are some of the things that are moving yet, and we need to get our arms around them, and the work group can do that, but we need everybody at the table when we do. But those are my comments.
So you got a bunch of deer in the headlights here, Doug. I mean, nobody is of the understanding that it was too late to have a referendum question on the ballot.
No pun intended, Chairman.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we were informed by email. I think that email went to Tony or Annette on right after our work group meeting Tuesday, that the deadline for them to get the ballots out, to get the question on the ballot was, I think it was yesterday or something. Tony or Annette can probably refresh me. I don't have my email open.
So the deadline's tomorrow, and then that's gonna be done, Tony? The question? I don't know who's responsible or.
Is it possible that I can work with Tony and Doug tomorrow morning to get that question revised and done so it meets the deadline?
So then my question out loud here is does MTL need to act on that? And if we do, then we're gonna have to do that now. Go ahead, Doug.
My comment too, Chairman, you know, all the moving parts and the unknowns. I mean, if we're gonna make the question related to the entire Tucker property, then I guess. But if it's part of that Tucker property that's gonna get used, but you know, if it's the whole Tucker property we're talking about, then I guess we're ready in accordance with what the legislature decides to approve tonight. But to me, there's a lot of moving parts here that aren't ready. And again, it's not a knock on the district or the work that we've done. It's just the change in plans and the seasons we're at. We're in a bit of a tight spot.
MTL? Myrna?
Yeah, I think we need to make every effort to get that on. I mean, we can't be holding it up. That's a good plan. It'll change big time. But I think we need to get the wording straight and get it on the referendum.
So Tony, if MTL made a motion that kind of said, here's the language subject to changes or something, that you guys could hammer out tomorrow and then present that to, I don't know if it's the election commission, if that's where it goes. Do you think that would work? So you have some language for us, or you need a minute to go run and get your question? All right, we appreciate that, Tony. Because I'm in agreement, you know, let's keep this moving. But that's only two of us. What about the rest?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Gina, I'm sorry.
I guess I would like to see the question that's being proposed.
Yeah, she's looking it up, Gina.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you.
So then I guess as she's looking then in regards to some type of access to the river is what needs to be coming out of that work group as well.
Sure. And I think, just based on the conversations that I had with Doug, and we haven't been able to do yet, but I'm hoping to get in there with our maintenance department to kind of see where that access goes and how we can actually get to it. Okay? And again, and Doug's on the call, but if we could work through that work group, and as long as we can do that there, I think we could get that piece done.
Myrna?
Wouldn't it be something similar to the snowmobile trails?
For sure. Yep.
We'll do that for non-tribal members. I don't see why we couldn't do it now for this, our kids.
I'm sure it's within our authority. We just gotta make sure we know what we're approving, I guess is what I would say. And so more of a user thing than an actual part of the land swap lease kinda.
Okay.
So is that what's included in the new proposal then, is more of a, access to the river, not including the 30 acres of the school forest?
Did you get your question, Wendell?
Yeah, I think when we came here the last time, not knowing that property we were looking at was property that probably can't be touched, we're saying, look, we're just looking to get an area, and the way Doug's describing it, if we use that access road that's to the north of the far end of the school, there's a way for us to get in there. And I think he referenced that it's kind of like an ATV trail or something like that. And there's also there's an access through the back of back by the track. So again, it would seem like it would line up for our schools, both schools, to have access to it.
Answer your question, Gina?
Yeah, thank you.
Joanne, I see your hand up.
Match Waywanan. So a thought came to mind with the different things you're sharing there, and that this going on the ballot is important, but I'm wondering about two-part consideration to that land. I think about how we lost our land to the Catholic schools, and if it goes into the district, that means it's county, state jurisdiction. So maybe a memorandum of understanding, maybe a MOA, memorandum of agreement, where it's a usage agreement where we're not giving our land away to,
So
but we
Joanne,
have
if I can interrupt, we're talking about a lease.
a lease, and
Yeah.
we're not gonna, there's no chance we're gonna lose that riverfront land.
I can't guarantee you there's no chance, but that's not what we're agreeing to.
Okay, good, because that MOA, MOU might be a consideration.
Well,
Usage.
we're gonna have some type of agreement, no doubt about that, so.
Yeah, good to know.
All right, thank you
Match
for your
Waywanan.
questions. Yep. So we'll probably need to drag our feet so you can fix our ball field. So off the record, Wendell Governor was up and we, let him know how appreciative we are of the charter school and, you know, I know there's some bumps in the road there, but there's always bumps in the
Just
road,
like
right?
any other project,
That
and we're working
navigate
through
some
those.
pitfalls and potholes and whatever else not, so, but let him know we appreciate, you know, the continued support.
Yeah.
Got it, Tony? Doug, the question is, do you know how many acres the Tucker property is?
Not, right off the top of my head, Chairman, no, I haven't looked in the last several days. So it's about, if I remember right, about 5.
Approximately 5 acres, he thinks, Tony?
Mr. Chairman,
Myrna?
how long does Krista think she's gonna take?
What is it?
How long do you think you're gonna take? Can we take care of her? Can we go like this? Yeah,
That's for you guys, make a motion.
okay, I'm gonna make that motion that we, change, suspend the agenda and go to number
5,
5.
any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion's carried. We are on the WRDC reporting change. Crystal, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I put together this memo just as a conversation starter. I brought it up at the last meeting, is that we're reporting to the legislature every month. Do it about a week after I report to the board of directors. So it's kind of like a duplication, I think, of oversight. And I think it would be the best use of everybody's time if maybe we could report less. I'm thinking either quarterly, or we do bring our annual budget here per the charter, or per our charter, and that usually occurs kind of midsummer. So if we wanted to do maybe twice a year, we could come in executive session, we could show you what's going on, otherwise quarterly, in addition to all the remaining charter requirements. So I'm not trying to get away from charter compliance, I'm just trying to kind of be more congruent with what the charter says, where we provide our monthly report, not necessarily in person, and then we could maybe present an executive session quarterly, kind of more like a corporate reporting schedule. They report to their shareholders quarterly. That way we're able to see like trends and give more, you know, like I said, more like bigger picture updates rather than the incremental changes that occur in the monthly reports.
MTL? Legislator Wanapé.
Ma. Do you still put out a public report for our membership to see and view, and an opportunity to ask questions and?
So, per the charter, we're also required to do an annual meeting, kind of like the casino does, and we had ours last night, actually. So we do an annual meeting, open to the public, invite everybody in, we went through all of our numbers, everything.
I guess I'm sorry, that's my fault. I guess I was asking on a monthly basis when WRDC does their monthly meetings, they are open to the public, correct?
Yes. We do the posting requirements, so they're posted. Not sure if you guys put all of the posted materials on the marquees, but
Only if you request it,
Sorry, Myrna.
only if they request it to be on the marquee.
Miguel, anything further? Legislator Wanapay?
Why, and okay, Mom. So, I like the idea of meeting with us in closed session so we can ask specific questions, budgetary, development, funding, expenditures, specific questions we can't necessarily get answers for in open session. But I don't like the idea of our tribal membership not being a part and listening to the report that you give. Because everything is put in the packet. Well, you know that. You've been a legislator. You know, the public does repeatedly remind us that those materials should be in the packet for them to view. So that's the piece I have a problem with, is making it accessible for our membership, the report that you give.
Go ahead, Crystal.
So, the report that I send two reports, one for you guys. The one that's for the public, I redact a lot of information, and none of the financials are in there. So they are really seeing less information. But if they would attend our meeting, if they were interested in our meeting, I go through the monthly report, and we actually go through the numbers in open session. The only thing we do in executive session is like legal contracts. So if they were to attend the meeting and they could do it by Zoom, they would be able to hear everything you guys hear at the meeting and see at the meeting.
Legislator Waka?
Mr. Chairman, if there's a need for a special meeting between the quarterlies, would that be just by motion of the legislature if needed?
Yeah, I could just send an email. Yeah, they'd show up, yeah.
Any other? Myrna?
I'll make a motion to go with the quarterly meetings reports from WRDC as long as their monthly meetings are posted on
Second.
Further discussion? Legislator Wanapay?
Why, I'll agree with that, as long as the material, you know, there's enough notice put out for tribal members, and the material is easily accessible for our membership we serve.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Gina.
So that quarterly meeting, then that would be a executive session meeting, so we'd get more detail?
She's saying yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Doug, you got a comment?
Yeah, I do. I think as a legislature, you'd still want monthly information from them. There's no reason why they can't, in your mailboxes, give you a monthly update, summary, report, whatever you call it, between the quarterly meetings. And they're not in front of you at the horseshoe, but at least on paper, you'd get some reports.
Yeah, that's what she need to do to stay in compliance with her charter. So we would continue to get that information. We just wouldn't have her here in person. And so I'm just thinking out loud here as well, and I'm in agreement that we have a close, but I really think that we need to have the report and open as well on the same agenda. I just, like, transparency is the thing that we're hit on all the time. And, there's some things that we need to discuss that fit the bill of closed session, but there's so much that we need to keep our community and our membership informed on. So I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, if we move to that quarterly meeting, that we have an open session as well, and then maybe an executive session as needed. Does that make sense?
as needed.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that whole transparency piece, and I'm glad Joey brought it up, because that's what I thought about when I read it, because I'm all for trying to keep as informed as we can, but when we're here at 1 o'clock at night, it gets old, and it gets old fast, and we don't make the best decisions. And so, trying to do our best to keep our constituents informed, you know, but then as well as doing what we can to assist you in your efforts to build out your, it's not a department, but I can't think, organization, I'll say,
My motion didn't say executive, so that would be only as needed.
yeah, I don't think we need to change the motion, just needed to clarify. Joanne, I see your hand up.
Yep, Match Waywanan. I really appreciate what you said, Chairman Corn and Legislator Awanape. My internet keeps cutting out, so I didn't hear everybody, but I was grateful to hear the both of you. As a tribal member, I think it's really important that transparency. This is a rather new charter, new directorship, new board, and that charter has had some issues that I really do appreciate the transparency of the elected body being reported to in the work that you do in supervising our business charter. So that's my comment. Match Waywan.
Call for the question.
All in favor? So then,
Aye.
all in favor?
Okay.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Thank you, Crystal. So Megan, if she emailed you, can you put it up on here? Yeah, email Megan then. So then the motion to go back on the agenda would be in order?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion's carried. So Rachel and Gina were waiting for an email from Tony, and then Megan's gonna put it up on the screen for us. And
Okay.
This is in relation to MISD. So do you guys see it out there?
No. No.
All right, I'm gonna read it then. And then
Can,
for-
send it to us or email it to me too?
Read it.
I'll just read it to you. It's just one.
Okay.
It's just one sentence. It says, "Do you approve of a request from the Menominee Indian School District to lease 10.68 acres of tribal land that is adjacent to the Menominee Indian High School for use of baseball and softball fields?" So that would be what would go on the ballot. Doug?
And I know, Tony and we were emailing the question around to each other to look at it, but I didn't have time to ask. The question I have is, does it have to include the language related to the land that we're acquiring as part of the swap?
So if we adopt, you know, with the changes, you can add that specific language. That's what I was hoping that you could do.
It's not a swap.
Yeah, that's what this is. It's a swap for the land in the open with the school.
A deed.
Yeah, the swap would be a lease to the district, not for land and fee.
Can you get the property in the open?
Yeah, that's the deal, right, Wendell? Yeah.
Referring to I know we should use the word swap, but the lease, the agreement being that middle school and the property that it's on would then go to the tribe.
Right.
Yep, that's all part of the,
Maybe exchange is the
it's
right
like an
word, yeah.
exchange, I think that's the word to use.
Yeah. So then the motion would be to add this question to the ballot. Myrna?
Wendell, does it have to be a time on there then? Because if we get that property up there, it'd be forever, it'll come to a tribe, but this year, how long does that lease need to be, and is it in memoriam or?
What are your typical
I think
releases?
we have, years, and I can't recall was,
It was 25 with a 25-year option.
that would work.
And should that be on there?
I don't know.
I don't think it needs to be in the motion, but it needs to be in the agreement, right? Yeah.
It's not a motion either, it's a referendum question, so should it be on there?
MTL? We're looking for a motion.
I'll make that motion that we approve the question of, do you approve of a request from the Menominee Indian School District to lease 10.68 acres of tribal land that is adjacent to the Menominee Indian High School for use as baseball and softball fields?
Further discussion?
Second is followed. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I turned my mic on.
All right, hearing none, then I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
One abstention. Motion's carried. Like to qualify.
Employer.
All right, thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Myrna.
did I say it as a referendum question?
That's what I thought you said, yes. Is that what's in her motion, Megan?
Yeah, so it should say as a referendum question.
You wanna add that second? All right, so you can add that. Yeah. And so then, was there any language needed in regards to, you needed to make changes? Or you think it's good like it is?
And I think this would go back to, excuse me, Tony, would go back to what you had said, Chairman. If the ARC study revealed that there was some findings that the ball field, that in that agreement, we would include in there that MTL would continue to work with us to find, property to put those ball fields.
Yeah, this is just to get the question on the
Get the question
just on the ballot,
referendum, I
yep.
agree.
Okay.
Okay? Could the school forest conversation be
Be
channeled
separate.
to that Tuesday work group, and we'll hash that out?
I like that as a strategy, yeah. So I think we're good then, Tony. You're gonna meet with Doug and Wendell tomorrow, make sure, hammer out and then get this to the election commission. All right, appreciate it.
Oh, and everybody.
Yeah, Wayne and Wendell,
So probably let the election commission know it's coming right away,
in the morning.
yeah, so they
Right.
don't, go forward with, not without it.
You wanna make a note for me, Megan? All right, thank you, everybody. So you could go ahead and close that email, Megan. All right, so we're gonna keep moving. Number 6, cell tower update. I'm not exactly sure who has this one.
Hi, Chairman. This is Natasha Chevalier.
Oh, hi, Natasha. Go ahead.
Hi. I'm with the questions. Is this in reference to the questions of Joan Killebrew?
It seemed to me, and we're kind of jumping all over the place in regards, but one of the things, at least from my perspective, was the other providers having space on them towers to go ahead and improve services for our membership. It seems like that single source or whatever that we're currently handcuffed by, if that's the right word, is not in our best interest. So we wanted to have a little bit discussion in regards.
Okay, yeah. So the towers within the contract, there is space for other broadband networks to sublease the towers to provide services for the tribal members and the community. So there is space on there. There also is, so with let me get my notes. With Bug Tussle, within the 6 towers, they have T-Mobile. There's also Cellcom, who had created a letter back in May and stated that they will be putting up towers as well within the areas of 2023 and 2024. I contacted Mitch Olson, who he oversees. He's a network real estate manager for Bug Tussle. I wanted to see if he had been in contact from AT or from Cellcom, but he did not get back to me. So so then from there I reached out to Cellcom, and then I asked them information as well of if there was an update of when they were going to get started, and then also get a map of where they're going to have the towers, and if they're going to be connecting with the current towers that we currently have underneath Bug Tussle.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Natasha, and it just seems to me that there's enough towers. We just got to get their antennas on them. So I know Joey had a question. Joey, go ahead.
Why, and Chairman, because so some of the miscommunication we're hearing is they weren't willing to, Bug Tussle wasn't willing to work with some of the other providers such as US Cellular and Verizon, for example. And the question was asked, isn't there a 6-foot buffer reserved for ourselves as the Menominee tribe that we could utilize and enter into some agreement?
Within the contract, they have to sublease. They have to lease the tower to other networks.
Follow-up then would be, why are they not? The word we're hearing is they're not willing to work with other.
No, it's this is with me coming into the position, I I tried to get enough research on this, on when it started with Bug Tussle, on the contract, and then also with Cellcom, T-Mobile, and then also with FirstNet. And so FirstNet is actually, Bug Tussle is, they use the AT&T plan. FirstNet also uses AT&T. As of August 15th, they sent out a notification that FirstNet is connected with AT&T. So they're underneath AT&T plan with the FirstNet. With Bug Tussle, I did not receive any information, any negative information that other towers were trying to connect, but were denied. Like I said, I reached out to Cellcom. I did not get a response back. I reached out to Renita as well because she was the current or the previous director. And she had informed me that Bug Tussle does have, or the towers do have FirstNet on all 6 towers as well. And then with Cellcom on May 5th, they had sent out a notification that they're going to be putting sites, or not putting sites up, but adding onto the towers, like I said, in 2023 and 2024. So in answer to your question, I have not heard, or I've not read anything pertaining to Bug Tussle pushing other providers away.
Well, to satisfy our tribal members that are very frustrated with the service, could we reach out to those companies and encourage them to have that dialogue with Bug Tussle?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I did reach out to Cellcom and then T-Mobile as well. So I'm just waiting. And T-Mobile is underneath actually Insight. And Insight actually goes through AT&T for their plans as well.
Okay, Waiwan and Tasha, appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Myrna?
Does Bug Tussle have that contract with the tribe for that, those lands?
Yes.
So I'm asking the chair and the attorney.
Oh, sorry.
But I think that looking into that agreement and have attorneys look at it and see what we can do about informing Bug Tussle that they have to be open to the other service providers for our
Yes.
members.
I hear you, Myrna. Tony?
So the tribe will have an agreement with Bug Tussle, right? Because that's our property that they're on. So I think looking at whatever that agreement was and telling them they have to, because they're supposed to be there to service all tribal members. And if they're not, then that needs to be opened back up again to see how we can address that. Because like we heard from Joan, and that was, North Acre that they're having issues with Cellcom and cell phones or whatever. So I would ask if we can't look at those agreements. See if the tribe can't throw a letter over there.
All right, we'll put it on our work plan. Thank you, Myrna.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I need to be excused for a short moment, but I'll be returning.
Thank you. So Myrna, you gonna do that in a form of a motion, or you just,
Yep, Watch Cassidy's making a motion.
What are we motioning for Tony to look into the contract?
Legal to look into Bug Tussle agreement.
go ahead.
I move to ask our legal division to look into the current agreement with Bug Tussle wireless, and to see how we can leverage a working relationship with other cell companies.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, then all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Moving on, number 7, bid recommendations, daycare addition.
Thank you, Chairman Korn. It is the recommendation of the bid evaluation team to award the daycare addition project 2022-010 to Precision Construction Services LLC in the amount of $793,550. In addition, the bid evaluation team approves the following alternates, provided the budget has available funds. 1, use and moisture mitigation system in the amount of $11,705. 2, installation of a sprinkler system throughout the entire existing building in the amount of $182,198. The 3 of them total $987,453.
Myrna?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the recommendation of the bid evaluation team to award daycare addition project number 2022-010 to Precision Construction LLC in the amount of, what was that again, Eva?
$987,453.
What she said. In addition, the bid evaluation team approved the following alternates, provided the budget has available funds. The use and moisture mitigation system for $11,705, installation of sprinkler system throughout the entire existing building for $182,198.
Discussion. Legislator Dixon.
So Eva, the total of it all is 900 and some thousand, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's to combine with not only the 700 some thousand, but the 11,000 change, and then also the 182,198, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, if the motion maker can make that adjustment to the $793,550.
That's all part of it.
No, she totaled it 900 and some thousand, but in your motion, I thought I heard 900 and some thousand. And then you added also the 11,000.
That's the whole thing. Total bid pack.
Okay.
That's why I asked her how much that was.
I was just kinda confused on that part. That's all I was asking.
So Megan, if you could read the motion back? I think she used the total amount where it should have just been the $793 for the building amount.
Plus the other two. As long as they have money, and they have $1 million, right?
Yeah.
And this is for our kids, so we give them the whole thing.
So as long as the motion reads like what's, yeah. And then if you wanted the total, that would be fine. Yeah, I heard what you're saying. Yep.
Eva said the total.
I'm all good now, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Anything further? All right, hearing none, then all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Eva? Bid recommendation, Head Start Edition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is the recommendation of the bid evaluation team to award the Head Start addition and renovation project 2022-009 to the Precision Construction Services LLC in the amount of $2,299,000. I'm sorry. Let me start that over. $2,299,975. In addition, the bid evaluation team approves the following alternates, provided the budget has available funds. Use in moisture mitigation system if required in the new addition in the amount of $68,480. Use in moisture mitigation system if required in the remodeled area in the amount of $61,630. And room 137, a drop ceiling, and to relocate existing electrical, fire protection, and the HVAC in the amount of $15,900. And all of that totals $2,445,985.
MTL? Legislator Wanapay.
Waiwan and Okemo. I move to approve the recommendation of the bid evaluation team to award the Head Start addition and renovation project number 2022009 to Precision Construction Services LLC in the amount of $2,299,975. In addition, the bid evaluation team approves the following alternates provided the budget has available funds. Number one, use in moisture mitigation system if required in new addition, $68,480. Number two, use in moisture mitigation system if required in remodeled area, $61,630. And three, room 137 drop ceiling, relocate existing electrical, fire protection, and HVAC, $15,900.
Second.
Discussion.
Myrna seconded that.
Oh, I didn't
Oh,
hear.
you did? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
I apologize.
Apologize, Legislator Warren.
Well,
Stole the
someone beat you
thunder.
to the punch.
Discussion. Hearing none, then all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Waiwan and
Thank you.
Eva.
You're welcome.
Moving on, we're on number 9, Indigenous Pact Update. Kurt and company, our Kurt and team. Come on up. Welcome, everybody, and, you know, I just want to apologize that I didn't make the meeting in Green Bay, that something else had come up, but, I had heard good things, and so glad that you're here. What?
Red Robin Burger Bar. Robin Burger Bar.
Just 'cause I wasn't there, right? No. Too many. So on our agenda, it says update.
Yeah, it's an update. But first, I just want to thank the council for having us and your time for us to come and report back from the motion. And I have it here. I move to have an administration, to get together with key people, the core group, to move forward with the next steps with Indigenous Pact, including Manasakia, MISD intervention team, and whoever else they see fit to report back in 30 days to MTL. So we're here. I know we're a little bit past the 30 days. I think there was some conflicts with why we weren't here at the previous one. But yes, so we had a one-day OTP vision workshop. It was very insightful. We had it at the Titletown Tech office. And that's not our office, we're a virtual company. And we made sure that the folks that participated were aware of that because we weren't aware of the boardroom that we were in, which is really nice. And you had a beautiful view of Lambeau Field in the background. And we had a burger bar. But the main, yeah, actually the food, well, it was kind of a big deal for everybody, so. So the main objective that we had that day was really, in the morning, was cross-sharing the work and all the activities that were done to date between Indigenous PAC, so we shared. We also heard from the folks that were participating, which was quite a range from the tribe here, as well as from county were there as well. And then in the afternoon, we had a collaborative workshop, and we focused on what if we could, and it was a vision exercise. We did it individual, and then we also did it as a group exercise. And again, it was super insightful on what we were hearing, you know, from everyone from an individual standpoint, and then as a group. And we'll get into a little bit more details. Darla's going to cover that piece. You can see those that participated there, and then our agenda down in the corner. Apologize, it's super small, but basically what I was sharing, you know, we did overall what was the goal of the day, our IP story. So Kurt shared, you know, kind of the, you know, why this company was formed. We did a cross-sharing between Menominee Tribe and IP. That actually was really good. It went longer than we originally had planned. And there's full participation with that. We had lunch, and then in the afternoon, we did the vision and opportunity workshop. So some of the key things in the morning that we had heard from the Menominee team share, I'm not going to read through all these. I was assuming everyone had a chance to take a look at these, but just some key ones. You know, back in March, there was a community meeting, a state of emergency that was created. Another piece we heard over the last 1 to 2 year period, trends have changed, and fentanyl is in heroin and in marijuana. Third one on there, a wish that somebody shared, is to make the services available immediately right now. The tribe is providing the most services for the county that we heard, and then recruitment is an issue. Crisis positions open with limited applicants. So again, like you can see the picture there. That's kind of the space. Actually, you can see Lambeau in the background. Is that burger bar right there? Yeah. The burger bar. Yeah, you see that in the back corner. Actually, it's a great photo. You're seeing everything that I shared earlier. But it wasn't all eating, you know, and looking at Lambeau in the morning. It was really insightful to really kind of learn where we're at, you know, right now, and where the opportunities are. So appreciate. I don't know if folks are online that may have participated, but just want to say on behalf of IP, thank you again for your contributions and honesty, openness, and sharing the information.
If it's okay for me to add, the thing that was so impressive was the turnout of the number of people from the community. You know, we've been setting up these things across the country, and we've never had such a comprehensive response. To have police and the schools there, and people from the county were there, and I think everyone at first, they almost felt a little nervous in the morning, like, what's everyone going to talk about, and where's this going to go? But to me, one of the general themes that kept coming out is everyone's doing something, and they're all working hard at what they're doing. Also, that it's not their full-time job is to address opioids, right? It's like it's their job plus opioids, right? And somehow opioids has been affecting what they're doing, whether it's just that the day before they had gone on a response to do for someone that was having an overdose. So coming in to hear what was going on with the schools at the high school with the number of substance abuse referrals in September and then that number doubling in October. Those were really hard things to hear. And I think it was really sobering, for everyone there going, okay, we're all working really hard, but like somehow we're not. You kind of get this sense that like there's this general sense of like we want to do more, but we're not making the progress even though we're working really hard towards it.
So along with that, we also did have some time for our team to share more details about our clinic and how the operations work in a little bit more detail. So I think it's important to know that the team there really got to see a deeper look into how we structure the clinics, how we staff the clinics, how patients move throughout the clinics, the coordination of care that happens within the clinic and our neighborhood center and resources available. I just think it's important to note that the group collectively really each pulled some points that they could see in our barrier stuff that we're going to talk about in just a bit on the next slide. So in the visioning workshop, I'm going to move down to barriers first because I like to end on opportunities instead of barriers. But consistently, I think across the board, funding was a major issue. And like Kurt said, we heard so many great things happening, but happening within budgets that exist for departments that are sometimes developed for something else and trying to create funding around supporting these folks that are homeless or, filling the gaps that we don't really have services set for yet. So it was interesting to hear the care and the want to help and how they've adapted the funding thus far, but consistently not enough, right? That's the theme we heard across all of the groups. Staffing was another, so attracting staff and also making sure that we can maintain and train staff, integrated services, and communication across those. We've talked about that here at Menominee before. I know we've talked about communication sharing and making sure that we're not having folks register at one place. How great would it be to have someone walk in the door one area and not have to share that information across multiple programs? So that came up, some of the work that we've done with that in the past. So opportunities that came out, this was what if you had no bounds, no restrictions, what would your wish list look like? So a big number one across all of the work groups was funding. So I think a lot of these departments have really great resources and really great ideas to contribute to the work that we're talking about here today, but funding is certainly an issue. Housing and placement, we've talked about this here in this room together. We've talked about it several times with other tribes. Housing, where do we place folks that are struggling in these situations as well? Case management, so really doing that patient care coordination and managing folks as a whole individual versus just the service they're in front of you for. And then increased services. So again, I think a lot of programs were very honest and shared where they're doing really well and where they'd like to go. I think everyone has a really great plan that can contribute to the success of a clinic and pieces of it. So it was a great session, I think, of honesty and sharing.
So the next page. So our proposal recommendation, those key barriers that really need addressing are the funding, the staff, and then a clear integrated department plan and path forward. I think that was kind of the key piece that we walked away with from that day. And to be successful, we feel that the two kind of recommendations we have below are really important to, they really kind of rely on each other. So the first one is around, creating that economic engine, to address the funding piece. And I think what's interesting is, we came to the council with this opportunity, that again, from what we've seen working with other tribes that we're working with And, just doing this exercise, again with the cross functions, really highlighted that. Obviously, funding is a barrier. So the first recommendation is to, explore doing this OTP satellite clinic and help generate an economic engine for us to be able to fund the healthcare programs that we have. And plus, obviously, the addiction issues that we have. The second one is really around this overarching, creating this overarching strategy and plan. We heard a lot and we were listening intently. We have pieces in place, but I think there's also a desire for other parts to be able to help create a really robust support, for those that are suffering with addiction, right now. So it's in collaboration, develop an overarching plan and utilize the current on-reservation services and enhance where the services are missing or can be improved. And to achieve this, the Menominee Tribe works in collaboration with Menominee and Shawano counties is what is kind of how we're thinking about this. And this work will require a multi-phased approach. It's really complex. I think that was the big thing, kind of walking away than what we heard. And it would include a comprehensive inventory of all the current services. During that day, it was awesome hearing everything, but it was just kind of scratching the surface. I think it's, the next step with that is really rolling up our sleeves together and really starting to understand in depth kind of what do we have right now and take inventory and where are the areas we have to shore up, enhance or fill the holes, that we might have. Second part would be gain and understanding of current patient experiences. That was one thing that we shared from the work that we're doing. We share with you the Muckleshoot clinic that we have. I actually had an opportunity to go out there, and what's really interesting is as a designer, when in my past, like designing products or experiences for people, you have to use empathy. So what you do is you try to walk in their shoes and understand from their perspective, how are they going to feel, about a product, a service. And the innovation with the Muckleshoot Clinic is actually, I was using the example with our team of usually services, they establish what those services are, but they'll only look through one end of the telescope. And with the Muckleshoot Clinic is, the innovation is we actually look through both ends of the telescope and try to understand the experience from a patient's perspective. And it's super innovative. And the folks that were there, they were coming there, and the energy that was in the clinic is amazing. And we also did a couple interviews with some folks that are recovering and their patients. But I had heard consistently that that clinic had changed their lives. And I think there's some things there that we could start to leverage, and how we would set up the support and the services for Menominee, through that. And really kind of look at it from a patient experience and how can we make what we have today enhance it. Develop the plan and take all this information, develop the plan, and then finally execute that plan and start building. Sure.
Thank you. Again, thank you for allowing us to be here. My name is Ashley, and having participated in this workshop as well, and then following it up, going to our statewide substance use disorder conference, which I was pleased to see Myrna was in attendance as well. It was great to see representation at that event. But what I wanted to just mention is that what we're talking about, especially around the collaborative piece, there are so many strengths that are in play here within the tribe, within the collaborative environment you have, even though there's a lot of disagreement in other areas with Shawano County and the surrounding communities, there's just a lot of collective energy right here in this region that I can tell you doesn't really seem to exist in many places in the state or in the country, especially surrounding this particular issue of opioid epidemic, whether it's from prescriptions, illicit drugs, or however it gets to be, it's here. I would like to say that there were some things taking place in Wisconsin that present themselves as great opportunities that are coming forward this next year. Legislative bodies have already authorized money to be expensed. There's been a pilot model that's already been developed. It was successful enough that they are testing it with Marshfield, with Oneida, and then a clinic in Milwaukee, so an urban, a quasi-urban area, and a very rural areas. But it is a substance use disorder health home model. And it was very creatively structured by the state. It is very robust and accessible at like any level. But it really is touching on a lot of the current needs for immediacy of services, collaboration, care coordination. It rolls in peers. It brings in, it really was to me a structure that I learned about that it exists and it's an opportunity. And when I was listening to the state and some of these other presenters there, I could only think of the workshop we had gone through consistently, because it seemed to me the house that everything fits in. And it's a structure and it's reimbursable services for literally everything from peer supports to the care coordination, etc. But it is an opportunity that will require a level of initiative and action to take hold of, and possibly some direct advocacy on your own behalf to, again, help the state and not only your nation and your citizens and your families here, but really help us collectively try to address this epidemic and this constant influx of fentanyl. It's just, we have limited tools at our disposal, is all I will say. It includes methadone as a key component to solving and helping break this addiction and rebalance people's minds. And honestly, it takes some courage and effort to really dive in. And we have an opportunity here in Wisconsin. I will tell you this, just because of the way the state operates and the way they've structured this, and in their minds, in the departments and the bureaucracies, they want to limit who's going to have opportunity for this next round of funds. I directly argued with the state representatives there to create this and manage it, that's up to them to decide, but they cannot, they need to just let every tribe that wants to take a hold of this opportunity have it. It's our right. It's just because it's a model and they're limiting it because joint finance is limiting it, and who has access or their, to the funds from the ARP or the opioid settlement is where this money is coming from. They're just restricting where these monies are coming from and how much can come into and how it can be utilized to, combat this epidemic. I argue personally that they have no right, to limit that, especially when it comes to our nations. If it's a model to utilize and they've proven that it works and it's piloted already and they show its positive impacts, and there are challenges with it, of course, but who are they to limit a nation from wanting to exercise their right and saying, okay, this is on the books, this is on the law, this is something you have an opportunity, we want to take this opportunity. So I just present that as information to consider as you're looking at this, because it wasn't really overtly included in here, but there are actions that are taking place at the state level that are coming this coming year. I'm trying to stay attuned just for my own knowledge as to when is this information going to be released. I'm ready to, so I just share that as additional information to consider as you're looking at what we are talking about.
It's hard to follow up Ashley's passionate speeches. They are always so moving, and I mean that from my heart. I just want to make a comment. I think the other purpose of us bringing this group together was to allow your professionals, your established team, to kind of review our process, right? To see how we approach this. Do we know what we're talking about? Does it make sense? Does it fit within? And I think, and I'll just speak from what I saw in the room, and hopefully you all got to chat with folks that were actually in the room, but I saw excitement around the possibility. in the morning, you could see, you know, there's a lot of heaviness with this topic and what's happening in our community. But I saw at the end this lightness and the visioning, I think it was an important part, but you got to see people excited, like this is actually possible. Because we did detail out a lot of that process with them. So, and I think that's where we heard also, I believe it was tribal school and others saying, this isn't our full-time job and we're trying to do everything we can to help in our area, but the excitement around help and managing that was evident by the end. That was just my perspective.
And building on that last point, so really, we didn't know, is this gonna be a right fit? It felt like in the room, everyone was excited, but there was one thing that I want to leave you guys with. As we went around the table at the end of the day and we asked, you know, what were any kind of key insights? Is there anything else that you want to share? And there were multiple people as we went around that table, and the word was, I feel hope. I feel hope. Like we can actually do this. This is something that we can actually do. And you can tell, I think, and sometimes in some of the environments and communities we set this up in, they kind of like do it on its own, and the government stuff is different than, you know, what they're doing with this economic development piece. And I think what was so neat here is that you had people that really wanted to connect and create this way of coordinating care and doing all of that stuff. So I really think it could be something special, and the energy, again, it's kind of hard to convey, you know, but in that room, they left feeling hope. The only other thing is the legislature asked us to also bring forward a letter of interest as part of the last motion. We do have that letter of interest. We did not have it complete in time to submit for the packets, and so we didn't want to we know that there's kind of a process there, and so we didn't want to be disrespectful and just kind of throw it on top of you guys, but we do actually have that letter. I have printed copies here. I can send electronic copies. So we might, I guess what we would ask as well is, you know, perhaps there's another meeting where we might get invited, where there might even be a motion to, you know, if you get time to review it with legal and other folks here to potentially approve that letter of interest.
MTL, Legislator Dixon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You're going through a few things, just kind of back up a little bit. Your plan, when are we gonna start seeing this?
So the actual plan itself, so what we wanted to do was get the broader people together. As part of the actual deployment plan, it's actually part of that letter of interest it's a three-staged process is what we put in there. And so that first plan could take anywhere from, you know, 30 to 90 days, depending on, you know, what we're putting together to actually create a written business plan where exactly the spots would be to start, and in collaboration with the rest of the people. So that would happen with that letter of interest.
Okay, and then my second question would be, you talk about a structured model of a recovery home. Do you have any statistical data on what is the success rate of 10 people that should take this method?
Well, success rates, I would just say, just are difficult to measure, and it depends on your definition of success as well. And I'm not trying to evade the question necessarily, but I'm not really quite sure I'm actually understanding what you mean in that area, but
Speaking a little bit in general to how you define success. So one example, one of the gold standards is, morbid as it is, you know, morbidity. So it's just, you know, are you keeping people alive? The second thing is it's you actually look at it more like a chronic illness. So with people who have been on this for a while, so it's kind of like diabetes in the sense where you get onto certain medication-assisted treatment, and you need to take that medication for a period of time, you know, before you go up. There are cases where if you haven't been deep in addiction, where we actually can titrate someone off of any kind of opioids altogether. So, but if you're a person that's been using opioids for 40 years, which we run into, there's a very likely chance they will never get off of any kind of opiate. The brain is it's impossible. So success actually comes in a little bit different things. It's keeping people alive. How active are they in their treatment and keeping them stable? And then there's other things like, have we actually got you a job? Are you a productive member of society? You know, those sorts of things. So it's kind of we measure a lot of different things. One is they actually set personal goals. Like sometimes it's getting your kids back, you know, or being able to be in your children's life. So it's a hard, that's why we're not trying to be evasive. It's kind of a hard question to answer.
So to clarify it a little bit more, it'd be 10 individuals in the structured method of a recovery home, and they would, out of 10 people, how many of those 10 people would recover as far as their addiction would be slim to none?
I can give a general, like from a broad-based, sorry, bouncing back and forth. In general, we segment our population, but what we always see on the is this churn at the 30% and below. So those people are constantly coming in and coming out, but then everyone above that, so the other 70% remain in some level of recovery. But then in the data that we've seen over, you know, thousands of patients, it's usually about this 30-ish% range where they're really struggling, you know, to get on, stay on, and we constantly keep re-engaging them. Did that, yeah.
Yes, and for those individuals, this is where those harm reduction practices really come in, because it will take people maybe 3, 4, whether I like it or not, times maybe to go into recovery and out and in, but it's just, you know, at some point, when they're ready, you need to be there to catch them. And if they're coming out of an inpatient facility into a home that is more structured, a recovery home, hopefully and ideally we'll have a network of services to wrap around that individual. And that's what this comprehensive approach is. That's where it takes a little more collaboration and a planning on really how do you coordinate that care, because these individuals do have a chronic disease and it is very difficult to manage, which is why a lot of folks don't succeed beyond coming out of inpatient where it's extraordinarily structured, coming to someplace less structured. Well, they need to have all the right services in there. Are they time limited? Do they get kicked out? I mean, it's going to depend on the process and the activities of that recovery home as well. So it's structured in a way that we aren't punitive. So it has to be designed appropriately. So, you know, there's improvements that need to be made perhaps as far as traditional models and mindsets that go into it, but that really is where the harm reduction piece is, because let's say the individual chooses to go back to using and is not successful even after coming out of a recovery home, a step down model. Maybe they just assume to walk out that one day, and what are you going to do? Well, the idea is to make sure somebody's there to catch them and to continue to keep them alive somehow or another. You have to have enough support around to try to maintain that, and hopefully you're able to catch them again if that's possible. I mean, that's for those people that are really, you know, that struggle and the initial turn. But you know, the idea is to get them out of recovery and have an immediate place to place them. I mean, that's the goal, but we recognize it's not in place right now. But those are the kinds of discussions we have to find out, well, okay, we know there's developments going on in the neighboring community. We know there's things that need to be done here on reservation, but you know, that's part of the comprehensive look. We need to dig a little deeper and build that into what is going to be developed.
Okay, and then over the meeting and everything, you addressed the barrier funding. On that barrier part, did the work group or the collaborative people that were involved address what programs would be, our departments, our manpower would be key in the success of the model that we're starting to formulate, or the business that is the model starting to work its way toward?
So I'd kind of answer that a couple of ways. So from a funding perspective, in the letter of interest, there's an exhibit in there that details funding sources that we're able to help bring here, if that's something that's of interest to you. So we're not coming with our hands out. We're saying we'll actually roll up our sleeves and help you figure out where to get the money. The other piece from the department level, there basically wasn't one department that was represented. There were even some that I was a little questioning. I was like, well, how would this work with the schools? You know, when everyone was going around. And then the more we were sitting there, I was like, oh yeah, this would totally work with the schools. Like we could definitely have services outside of the four walls, whether that's education, actually doing, you know, in-school clinics, that sort of thing, or even just being the resource to call the school when someone's having a substance abuse referral. So I think every single one of those services, I think honestly though, probably one of the most immediate would be the police force here. That seemed to be a connection that there's no, like they're out there on the front lines is what it sounds like, doing this stuff. They're touching those patients and they need someone to call. And I think I think that would be our first intervention point.
Okay, and then I guess the last part of it all would be, out of all of this method and planning, will there be also referral guidance to the organization, the tribe, to address the funding shortages in these key areas that will be a part of this model? Will there be a hand on?
Well, so it's an interesting question. Actually, I just went through an exercise with another tribal client today, where they gave us a target of what they're looking to achieve for next year for revenue for their other programs, and we think that we can deliver that to them. We provide general guidance, right? Like we'll say, here's the rules as we know them, so not to kind of, you know, from an OIG perspective and things like that. Here's like the no-go zone, but then after that, it's really up to the tribe to decide. And to be honest, it's actually one of the most satisfying parts when in working with the tribe parts is about hearing about what they've decided to put the money towards. So I think that these programs, I am a big believer, because I see them work everywhere we go, is that these can fill in the budget deficits, no question, of these other programs that you guys are working towards.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
MTL? Legislator Wanapay.
So I liked a little better tonight the approach that yous are taking, enhancing what we're doing, working with what we have right now, and seeing what more we can do. I really pondered our last conversation, and I'm still wholeheartedly supportive of it. But I pondered our last conversation when you were here last time, and I mean, just to me, it almost felt as though we may have put a small flavor on that. You know, our clinic isn't doing enough. Is kind of the way I felt about it in my afterthought. And I know that wasn't the intention, but that's kind of how it almost seemed a little bit when I was reflecting back and looking through some of my notes. And then hearing you talk this evening just kind of reaffirmed that it's not about replacing the clinic. It's working with the existing programming, creating new programming. How we can better serve the people in our community. And so I really appreciate the direction of the dialogue when you came in this evening. Because to me it was more of a team approach instead of we're outsiders going to come in and do this. So I really like that. I really appreciate that. Because we do have our medical staff that have been doing what they can do. They've been working very hard. They're stretched very thin. And in no way do we want to discredit them, or make them feel less than, because we do appreciate them. We just can't express enough how much we appreciate them. But there's still, on that same note, there's so much more we need to do, and we can do, right? So I'd be interested to see, your letter once we kind of wrap up here, and I don't see why we couldn't have it on the next meeting and try to move things forward. Because we have to keep moving forward. We can't slow down. We have to progressively seek to do better, right? So Waiwanan again for coming in.
Other MTL? Legislator Walker.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, guys. Appreciate your work in bringing everyone together in that meeting and listening and hearing. I'm sure you've heard it before in other tribes, but here, for us, it's really difficult. And we sit here meeting after meeting. And people are, they're spread thin and doing what they can. And it's, no disrespect, nobody takes this the wrong way, but it's not enough for the battle that we're fighting. We need, we have wants and we have needs, and I'll say something now that's probably not going to be too popular, but, do we need a new clinic? I don't think we do. Do we need this? Yes. There's opportunities, that come along, and we can look at our history of not taking advantage or not doing things when they present them. When we get an opportunity to do something that checks a lot of boxes for us, we seem to not do it for whatever reason. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of stuff that sitting at this horseshoe for 2.5, almost 3 years, you can see why, so it's difficult. Not everyone's going to agree, I know that, but I feel strongly about it, and I'll support it until I have a couple meetings left, so. Hurry up. No, hurry up. But I mean, I think it's an opportunity that's my opinion, and it's an opportunity that's here. It's a need that we have. There's no arguing that. There's no questioning that. And I'm supportive of moving it forward. So thank you guys.
Other MTL? So then I guess I get to chime in, and I'm of the belief that, we can't make this happen fast enough for me as well. I really believe that our service providers are out there doing what they can. They're burning out. They need not only help, but they need help with coordination, and getting the most and the best out of what they're doing, instead of maybe getting mired and trying to do the same things that they've always done, and I'm not being critical of anybody. I'm so much appreciative of all the time and effort that's going into trying to make some inroads, I guess, and it seems that we're fighting a losing battle, and so, when you've got tools that are available to us, it just seems to me that it behooves us to access those tools and then to put them to use in regards to the fight that we're in, because that's what we're in, right? I mean, you could even almost call it a war. What our communities dealing with, and I don't think any of us in this room are immune. We're all affected, a lot of us firsthand, you know, and so for me, I'm looking for all the help we can get, you know, and really know that we have the ear of the state. And so we see them as a potential resource, and I thank Ashley for bringing that up. We had a lengthy discussion at our Great Lakes meeting, and it sounds like the Department of Health Services and Gail Nakwa and her crew are going to be the contacts on that, and so hopefully we have some inroads, so to speak, in regards to getting at some of those dollars. We know that the governor has dedicated some of the state's opioid dollars to tribes, and so we're just waiting to see what kind of language there's going to be in regards to the release. And I'm not saying these are the only funds that's going to be necessary to make this happen. You know, we're going to have to get more creative. We're going to have to do a number of things, but that's what we need to do, right? I mean, that's what we're charged with as leaders of our people, to make those things happen. And so I think 6 years ago we talked about this as an issue. 6 years later, we're still battling, you know, and so, you know, I just, I guess, want to hear next steps. What's the next steps? I mean, is it the LOI? Is it the plan? I mean, what kind of order? And then how quickly, I guess, can we make some of this stuff happen? So thanks for listening to me, but yeah, next steps would be great.
It's actually, I think it'll be pretty straightforward. I wish we would have had that LOI in today's packet and enough time to review, but it's here now. You know, my strong suggestion is for legal to take a look at it, making sure that the legislature gets comfortable with it. The nice part about it too is what it really does is it outlines really what the whole development from where we stand today to when you open the clinic doors and how it's going to run. It literally outlines all of that right in that letter, and it breaks it down into 3 phases. Typically what we've seen is a motion to approve the LOI at a council meeting like this. And then really what that does is it kicks off that entire process. The letter will lead usually about another 30 to 60 days, depending on how quickly the attorneys move, to then go into definitive agreements after that. But at that point, there's no surprises because everything is kind of agreed to up front in that letter. So you kind of understand the structure. We talk about if there's any changes that you guys want to make to some of that, and we get to work. We start rolling up our sleeves. We actually have just been through a couple of other ones of these, just like that, and it just goes right from the LOI to contract to literally boots on the ground moving things.
Mr. Chairman,
Myrna?
it's no secret that I don't support this approach here because you heard from our staff last meeting how hard they're working, the things they're doing, the things they're faced with. Still in the planning stages yet. We have not heard from them. If you have $4 to $10 million like these people are asking for, then give it to our administration and our program directors and let them plan out what they need. So I do not support this. And some of the stuff they said is not what I remember from that meeting in Green Bay.
Thank you for that. And so I'm not sure if a motion to keep moving forward would be in order. I mean, having heard that, I'm wondering, you know, if that's the course of action here. And, you know, like I said, I'm ready to move forward. Oh, Anne Marie, go ahead.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman, just a recommendation, since we just received the letter of intent tonight, could allow some time for review and some internal discussion, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, we're not looking for a motion, we just wanna make a motion to proceed, you know, is what I'm thinking out loud here. Cause it seems to me that that's the direction MTL wants to go in. So everybody like to chime in. I know some have not. Legislator Dixon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion for, the PAC, Indigenous PAC, to forward their, I guess, letter of intent to legal for review. So we can keep the process moving forward.
Second.
Discussion.
I guess I don't know how you can proceed when you have the administration talking about funding and having time to review.
The motion's not to proceed, the motion is to entertain the letter of intent.
Same thing, committing yourself.
I disagree, but. Gina, you got any comment?
No, not at this time. I'm trying to catch my breath.
Becky?
I also agree with Legislature Warrington. I feel that we need the funds here to help our own programs to further proceed with that. We've got a lot of alcohol and drugs on this reservation. And I feel that if we give this money to the clinic or to the other programs, the schools, that they can seek their own way of finding situations to figure out with the problems that we are having. So I disagree with this.
I appreciate that, Dana.
I'm for it.
Rachel?
I don't support.
Rachel, I wasn't sure, did you say you're not in support or you are in support?
I'm not in support.
All right,
I
thank you
agree
for
with
that.
Legislator Warrington.
All right, thank you for that. So Gina, you catch your breath, everybody's chiming in.
I still support the Indigenous PAC being an addition to what we already have here. I think it's something that will still help and grow with what we're already doing. So I would support.
Legislator Walker.
Mr. Chairman, one more comment. I think it's getting lost. It was a barrier and the funding. It's a generator of funds.
Correct.
It's getting lost in this discussion, not just weighing on the clinic to be the third-party revenue generator. This is another one that's gonna help us expand and talking about programs that we're not gonna, if we take our own funds and stick them into these programs, we're gonna be, this is a revenue generator that needs to be brought back to light here, so don't let that get lost in our discussion. Thank you.
Legislator Dixon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm in agreement with Legislator Walker. It's, we can put our money, and I see where Legislator Burnett was talking about, Legislator Warrington are talking about, is they feel passionate about us keep utilizing what programs we have and what we're doing, but like we all heard, people are burning out. Looking at Indigenous PAC is just another tool of revenue generating. it's not utilizing funds, and then the return on the investment is monetary wise right now, but we're looking at one monetary wise, nothing coming back except for what is available to help. Here with Indigenous PAC, they are creating a method in a formatted way that where the investment that we are investing the monetary in, as well as we're going to get twofold back. One, we're creating a revenue generating opportunity utilizing this method. Two, we're creating a potential successful tool to be added for those that can seek recovery of an addiction. So that is the reason why I would proceed for this motion for the review of letter of intent. Thank you.
MTL, anything further? All right, so we do have a couple hands up. Michelle Pocan and then Joanne.
You can let Joanne go before me if you'd like, if she likes.
Joanne, go ahead.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Chairman and legislators. So the motion, I understand, is a motion simply for the letter of intent to move forward to legal. And then I'm guessing that legal would then honor the request of our tribal administrator, Anne Marie Johnson.
Yes. So Joanne, we lost you again.
Was I correct in hearing that right? The motion on the floor currently is regarding just moving the letter of intent forward.
Correct.
Thank you. And I'd appreciate that it continues to move forward and we continue to look at it. And if it requires an investment to go into a business that could be lucrative at the same time that it adds on to our existing programs and takes that burden off of our existing departments and programs and helps to coordinate all of that for the greater good and goal of all, to help deal with this enormous epidemic of opioid addiction. It's a tremendous opportunity, and I would encourage you to consider supporting the motion to move it forward. Match Fwewanan.
Thank you for that, Joanne. Michelle?
Well, Anne and Joanne, those definitely were some good words. Thank you for allowing me to voice my opinion. Now, what I don't, in my own opinion, and what I feel is those that are against this are not into making money. And that's not only just the fact that it's revenue generating, it's also helping. So for that, just not to be an incentive to me keep it going forward is beyond me. I have no idea why that is. Now I understand they probably have their own personal feelings as to why they feel that way, but unfortunately,
so
my
Michelle,
personal feeling is that we have a problem that needs to be solved, and I encourage that our legislature move forward with this. This is good for our people in more ways than one, and I don't understand why those who are against it don't feel that same way. So just speaking as a tribal member, I think, yes, move forward, please. And I'm done.
So I'm just going to make a comment for everybody. You know, it's not allowable for you to go after somebody in regards to their opinion. So I appreciate it if you stick to the issue. Anybody who's commenting, and so with that, then any further from MTL? right, then hearing none, then I'm gonna call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? So silence is a yes vote, people. You need to, if you're opposed, say you're opposed. Abstentions?
Abstain.
One abstention. So what do we got for a vote? Just a second. All right, motion's carried. So anybody like to qualify?
Just, I missed the beginning of the discussion, so I support it, but I didn't want to vote with, without hearing everything. Thank you.
Anybody else? Yeah, and I think that's the whole idea. We're exploring that. And so we don't have the answers at the moment, but that's what we're exploring. And that's why we're continuing to move forward. At least in my mind. Any other MTL members want to comment? All right, thank you.
Thank you
Yep.
for having us. Yeah, thank you for having us in. Oh, yeah. If we can get on the schedule, that'd be great.
Yeah, as long as Tony has ample time and her staff will definitely get it on the schedule. I think the admin team will meet next week, and so they'll have the opportunity to take a look and make comments, and then hopefully we're in a position to entertain the discussion at our next meeting in December.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Yep.
See you again, Neva. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, that was.
All right, so moving on then, fourth quarter credit card report. You're on mute, Alicia. Yeah.
I don't know why I always do that to myself. But in your package, you should have the the fourth quarter credit card report. I didn't see any issues or anything like that with any of it. So if you have any questions, let me know.
MTL,
Mr. Chair.
Legislator Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to accept the fourth quarter. Oh, you want to do that in discussion? The fourth quarter credit card report summary dated July through September 2022.
Second.
Discussion.
question.
Legislator Wabanascom.
Who's Dana Schneider?
Oh, dear. I didn't even catch that. It must be, she must have Schneider Wabanascom on there. I think in the Wabanascom's cut off, but if it's just Wabanascom, I'll have her remove that.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry.
Yeah. You better take a look at your credit card, see what's on it. Oh. Further discussion.
Just one more thing, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So after the fourth quarter, Alicia will, Mr. Cox and Mr. Frechette be, pulled off of the report and then it'll be updated?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
Anything further? All right, hearing none, then all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Number 11.
We went in.
Yeah, Wywan and Alicia. Number 11, approval of annual general council agenda. MTL. Legislator Wanape.
Waiwan and Okemo, I move to approve the annual general council agenda, date to be determined.
I think that's what we're supposed to do.
Okay.
Determine the date.
All right. What's the date? January 21st? All right, let me restate that, Chairman. I move to approve the annual general council for January 21st, 2023.
Take it easy. All right, this. All right, discussion.
Score.
Myrna, go ahead. So are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Who was the second?
Yeah, add it on there.
So who was the second?
Toby.
Toby,
Legislator
okay with
Dixon.
that?
Or Ron.
I'm fine with it, Mr. Chair. I'm fine with the changes.
I don't know. So do we want, so we still want an update? You get that, Megan? Legislator Dixon.
Yeah, I just got it for discussional purposes. What is our contingency right here for Like I said, COVID again, we're getting in that winter season, holiday season. Like history repeats itself. We'll probably end up seeing a spike, but do we have a contingency from here? Are we just gonna do the Zoom? How's that gonna work?
I'm not sure what you're asking, Tom.
So it's, I'm just asking, what is our contingency if there's another COVID outbreak? I mean, everyone's got their shots,
Still have
but
a meeting? Good question. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
just making sure the membership's knowing that, hey, if there's a big spike, you know, hey, this is our alternate move. It's good for them to know. Because then they're not gonna be grilling us saying we're gonna be extending another general council out for months on end. That's all it was from my discussion.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and I remember the last report to MTL, they had mentioned that in the event things needed to change, they would let us know, so. I haven't heard anything from them. Reach out? Okay,
Because my thoughts would be, we're not under that emergency order anymore either. We let
Correct.
that expire.
yep.
And so how does that affect the team then? Does that dissolve it because that order has expired? Yeah?
Yeah. But I think she can still report on public health issues, right,
Yeah.
Dr. Slagle? Anything further? All right, hearing none, then all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Number 13, final approval, MTL amendment number 7 to ordinance number 21-77, fiscal year 2022 appropriations. MTL.
Mr. Chair?
Legislator Dixon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move to approve Menominee Nation, Menominee Tribal Legislature, MTL Amendment Number 7 to Ordinance Number 21-77, fiscal year 2022 appropriations.
You might be on the wrong one, Toby.
You sure?
I'm not sure, but I'm checking. I was. Yep. Yeah. I was looking at 13, so my apologies. Was there a second?
Oh, I didn't finish the motion. Waived reading. Waived reading, authorized signatories.
Second.
Discussion. I was looking at the wrong one. Holy smokes, it's been a long day. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. All right, moving on, final approval, MTL amendment number 1 to ordinance number 22-42, fiscal year 2023 appropriations.
Mr. Chair?
Legislator Dixon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Motion to approve Menominee Nation, Menominee Tribal Legislature, MTL Amendment Number 1 to Ordinance Number 22-42, fiscal year 2023 appropriations. Waived reading, authorized signatories.
Second.
Do we have to add the changes? rescinding motion.
Second.
Withdraw. Sound better, Tony? Withdraw.
MTL.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Move to approve Menominee Mountain Tribal Legislature MTL Amendment Number 1 to ordinance number.
So we're just splitting that up, right? Per our discussion last time, that's why we got the new handout.
I think you just read that change, number 1.
Yeah.
So he was on the right track.
No. Yeah.
So I read I gotta read the preamble and then down here for changes?
Hold on, bud. Let me take a kick at the cat. If I
Give her.
get it wrong, you can
I
throw
can,
me
I
in the
can
snow.
kick it over back at you.
All right, I move to allocate the state gaming funds to Family Services Department and Juvenile Detention in the amount of $305,200 and also Manasakio Wellness Department for inpatient treatment services for $305,200 to equally split the gaming funds that we receive.
So we got a second?
Second, Mr.
Question.
Chair.
Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried.
All right, ready, Mr. Chair?
Are
All right,
you ready?
oh, got that cat over here. All right, there it is. All right, motion approved Menominee Mountain Tribal Legislature MTL Amendment Number 1 to ordinance number 22-42 fiscal year 2023 appropriations. With changes, authorized signatory. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Second.
That sounds correct.
Discussion? Hearing none then, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. All right, the agenda item is 14. Menominee Language and Culture Commission recommendation dated November 8th, 2022 to approve NFA grant, New Beginners Grant for professional development and for curriculum development for Menominee Nation schools through the NFFF. No. So I'm not exactly sure how these ones go that when it comes from one of the commissions. All right, Myrna?
I didn't even read it till just now. I didn't even see it till now. I think you just concur, right?
Just concur. No, from a commission, you have to have a second.
From a commission? Oh. Second.
Discussion.
For you? Yes. Please. Motion made by Watnaway to approve NFA grant, new beginners grant for professional development and for curriculum development for Menominee schools through NFFF. Menominee Language and Culture Commission is looking for MTL approval. Move to approve.
Second.
Second by Napa.
Second.
Discussion. Right, hearing none, then all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Moving on, 15, MTL committee recommendations. First up, governmental affairs.
Okay, I'll take this one. Regular meeting, Governmental Affairs Committee, October 24th, 2022 at 3:00 PM, MTL Committee Room and via Zoom. Motion was made by Jamie Smith to reaffirm the motion made on August 29th, 2022 in regarding creating a subcommittee or work group regarding Chapter 170 and to send to MTL for input and support, and also defining a purpose regarding the need for monitoring and enforcement and compliance of external agencies or departments within the members to include legal, Jamie Smith, Douglas Cox, and Anne Marie Johnson, and bring back the recommendations within 60 days. Second was by Anne Marie Johnson. All those in favor? Motion carried. I concur.
Discussion.
Can you explain that? Kind of confusing.
Yeah, so what, kind of took place, a tribal member had came and, was asking about, that's how it started. The tribal member came asking about the, assistance towards tribal employees. And it kind of went from that to Chapter 170. And so Jamie's standing by her motion and wanting a work group established. And the work group would be including legal, Jamie Smith, Douglas, and Anne Marie. That's kind of where it's at. It's not appeals.
Appeal is advocacy, right?
Yep. So that's kind of what they're looking at. No.
What,
Myrna, go ahead.
it kind of seems like two different things, like advocacy where, it used to be Drew Ketman, she was the advocate and she helped employees that have issues. This one sounds like tribal departments aren't following through with what they're supposed to be doing. Is that right?
Honestly, I'm not sure of the, full history.
Because it says the purpose regarding the need for monitoring and enforcement and compliance.
Yep, and I'm not sure of the full history prior to this meeting that I wasn't at, but I chaired this one, for Legislator Waka. And the initial issue with the tribal member, was taken care of. And, she's gonna be giving her input with policy, personnel procedures, and working with HR and having that voice over there. So that was handled. But Jamie's the committee member who's wanting the work group regarding regarding chapter 170.
Well, Anne Marie's out there, can she say some more about it, since she seconded it?
Says,
Anne Marie, the question is if you could add a little more input into the discussion here?
Sure. Legislator Kakak's correct regarding the first discussion item was the personnel policies and procedures, which we have requested a contract for defining a scope for doing an update to the personnel policies and procedures. So that tribal member was okay with that, you know, that there would be an opportunity for feedback on that. The second portion of that was in relation to Jamie Smith's wanting to have a work group form for chapter 170 and what the purpose, and she wanted to be sure that it was concurred with that MTL regarding the monitoring and enforcement mechanism for not only departments, but outside agencies. And then I had made the motion to bring back the recommendation within 60 days. So far, we've already began meeting regarding that.
Legislator Waka.
legal, is there subcommittee or work group? Is there a difference? Does it matter in legally? Thank you.
Anything further, MTL? So I guess for me, it was a little concerning, in regards to 170 and outside agencies, probably MTE, probably WRDC is what they're referring to. Do we monitor them in regards to, I guess enforcement, if that's the right word, of 170? Anybody?
Mr. Chairman.
Anne Marie?
Mr. Chairman, currently how chapter 170 is written is that the entities are responsible for monitoring that piece. So we wouldn't be enforcing that external, but that seems to be the concern of the tribal member.
Is that we need to?
She would like that portion to be reviewed.
I think that's too broad. There, you know, it's gotta be specific as to what they're looking for. And why. It's to pass this, and it kind of, it's like, what, where is this going and who's gonna do it, then, I don't know, I'm too confused about it, and I think it needs getting more specific, you know.
So your recommendation being defeat the motion, send it back and provide us some additional information?
Tina said, yeah.
Third time will be a charm.
You never know. Legislator Dixon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm the same way with most of the majority of the legislators. But yeah, it's confusing to me with the direction she wanted to go on this, on her motion, you know, because I was asking myself, is she asking to create a personnel, manpower person that's gonna go around and enforce this, or, you know, is it looking at chapter 170 and is there some grammatical error in there? Or, for chapter 170, does she wanna add something? You know, does she see something missing? So those are the questions I have in my head right now about this motion being concurred with. Those are my thoughts right now. It's really confusing.
Other MTL?
I think if these are, like commissions, we couldn't do that anyway. You know, we don't monitor them and we don't, enforce them. They have their own commissions and they do their own, responsibilities. We don't monitor.
Yeah, that was my concern with those chartered entities.
Send it back though and ask for some clarification, right, from the committee?
Yep, the motions to concur, so either what, we rescind or we vote it down.
So the motion, within the motion, she's asking MTL for input.
That's the input. We don't.
So that would be our input.
Our motion is, our input is to provide more input. Right?
And or
Yes.
support.
It's very vague.
Call for a question.
All in favor?
Aye.
What? Opposed?
Yeah.
I'm opposed.
Oh, she's calling the question. And you seconded it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So this is Ron's rules of order, correct? By the playbook.
Yeah.
But anyway, so now then I can call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Abstentions? Motion's defeated.
Good.
What did Myrna say? It's not even 8 o'clock? Not even 8 o'clock.
Got a hot day to get in schools. Gee,
It's a really mean here. All right, so this will go back to governmental affairs, then moving on. B, Budget and Finance Committee recommendations dated November 8th, 2022.
All right, Waiwananoke Ma. So regular meeting, Budget and Finance Committee, November 8th, 2022, 3 p.m. Motion was made by Eva Johnson to allocate $12,818 to meet the Justice and Mental Health Grant match requirement with the funds coming from General Fund and direct tribal administration to prepare the applicable amendment to the FY 2022 budget ordinance, and the general fund will be reimbursed in 2023 from the state gaming compact funds. Second was by Stephanie Iwanape. Motion carried, 6-4, 0 opposed, 0 abstention, 1 absent. I concur.
Discussion.
So,
Myrna?
Go by the, 2023 state gaming compact funds, is that the 600 that we just talked about for the other?
yep, I was just going to give you some clarification because I knew you were going to ask a question about that. So the discussion revolved around. Yeah. Discussion revolved around, it was specific to mental health and or services equivalent to what Manasaikia provides. And so the discussion again carried on, well, let's just pay it out of the general fund and then we'll reimburse it with those funds, then funds we got from the state to put back into it, since it directly relates to that issue.
So you're keeping track of that?
Yep. Yep, I will. I'll report on it next month, see how far we are.
Sounds in a year.
Yeah. Hear that, Anne Marie? I just got us both in a pickle. We gotta keep an eye on this.
Where's the "we" come from? No, I'm just joking.
me check both our genealogy here. So I concur.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried.
All right, next one, Okemo. Motion made by Stephanie Iwanape to recommend to MTL to add the tribal regulatory expense into the fiscal year 2023 tribal ordinance budget for $61,800 and direct tribal administration to prepare the ordinance amendment. Second was by Dorian Latender Lyons. Motion carried 4-4, 2 opposed, and nope, 0 opposed, 2 abstentions, 1 absent. I concur.
Discussion? Go ahead, Joe. Want me to write this down? Discussion? All right, hearing none then, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried.
All right, my last one, Okemo. Motion was made by Stephanie Iwanape to recommend to MTL to fund the Wild Rice project from the ARPA funding for $16,000 in fiscal year 2023. Second was by Anne Marie Johnson. Motion carried 6-4, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions, and 1 absent. I concur. And with this one, there should have been a handout at the very end. And I just lied. It is here somewhere. I know I paged through it in our packet. Yeah. There it is. That's it. Yep. Which page? Where was it at? It's in there, huh? Oh yeah, I found it. Yep. So as the information that we gave you kind of lays it out in 2022, we started our wild rice regeneration project here on the reservation with Department of Agriculture and Food Systems, with Environmental Services, and with Menominee Language and Culture. Through the help of Environmental Services, they secured some granting, and also the tribe, we received a one-time donation that the donor specifically wanted it to go to our culture, or traditions, our language. So we were able to purchase 3,600 pounds of green rice for seed. About 1,800 pounds has been seeded in the mill pond and a couple exploratory lakes on the reservation, and we will be seeding approximately 1,800 pounds in early spring on one of the lakes over here on this side of the reservation, in conjunction with Environmental Services. And so all of the experts, including our Ojibwe relatives that have been doing this for decades, we should be seeding for at least 3 years to have a good crop, to ensure future generations will have wild rice here for them. And so again, as you can see in the handout for 2023, Environmental Services will have $10,000. We should be getting $5,000 for reimbursement, which you see on your paper. And we're asking Legislature if they could match us just a little bit over half at $16,000, which would give us 2,133 pounds of green rice. It would, I'm sorry, but I meant the donation from Legislature would give us the, I forget what the actual number the poundage is per acre, but we fell way short of that, what we should be planting per acre, because we just didn't have the funding. So we're looking to try and meet those expected numbers this fall to ensure good growth for our children as we move forward.
I just have a question.
Gina?
So, where the reseeding is taking place now, is there signage at those areas so that if people come across it, they know that that's taking place?
One will be, and one isn't.
Okay.
Yeah, one will be, because we've had problems there in the past with tribal members stealing material that we've left out there. So that one will be posted, and we're gonna try to create a partnership to keep an eye on fences and materials and cages and things out at that site. The other site, no, we haven't. We have no equipment at the other site.
I'm just thinking that it's an opportunity for the high school students with the wood shop area to make signs.
Oh, that's a good idea. We could, definitely, because we want to put out as much signage down in this side of the reservation to ensure our equipment don't get stolen this time.
So, just my thoughts. Thank you.
Why, not? It's a good thought. Gets our kids involved.
MTL?
So this is coming early. Mo Lake reached out to us a couple weeks back, and they need to know now how much rice so we can be on that list. There's only one other corporation ahead of us, and that's Ducks Unlimited. They get X thousands of dollars and X amount of tons per year, and right now we're at number 2 below Ducks Unlimited. And so they gave us a courtesy call and asked us how much, what the dollar amount we would be able to utilize, so that gives them an idea how many pounds as they start harvesting in the fall of 2023.
So interesting point. Are people gonna be able to start harvesting the rice next year? Or are you gonna ask them not to, or?
We're gonna ask them not to. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna ask them not to. We wanna get at least 2 good years of heavy planting. And then either in that 3rd or 4th, depending on what it looks like in the 3rd year, we may be able to at least let the children go out, the middle schools and the high school students, on that 2nd and 3rd year. And then probably open it up the 3rd year, 3rd or the 4th, earliest at the 3rd year for tribal membership to harvest. Because the big picture is our children first and foremost. We only have limited sections on the Wolf River for our kids right now to harvest. And we all know how dangerous the Wolf River can be, especially if we get rains and water. We don't even get enough for them to provide for their families right now. It's just barely enough to make a kettle or 2.
So, are you connected to the Menominee?
Tina Banzile and Carmen is there, up in Mole Lake.
No, Carmen, she was just south on the river, she said kids came over there.
Oh,
harvested.
yep, the high school is. Yep. One of our teachers at the high school has an agreement set up with her.
She liked that.
Yeah, they were there this fall, and I think they ate lunch there too, I think.
I wonder if is there any other spots going down?
We're not aware. I'm sure there are, just from the rice floating downstream, yeah.
Yeah, and then when you say plant, you actually put it in the ground,
In the water, in the subsurface, yep.
not in the ground.
Nope, in the mud.
Because I thought that was, the concern was that it was floating up.
Yep, so there's a couple of methods. One method is to put it into mud balls or make the burlap bag mud strips is one method. And the other method which we use is to soak it for 3 to 10, 15 days, soak it. And then the rice becomes so heavy when you throw it out in the water, it just sinks right down to the bottom. And that was the method we used. And when you throw it out, you just see them all swim right right to the bottom and stick in the mud, so they didn't float up to the top.
I think I said this before, it's really nice to have that going on, but it's a shame that when they get it closed.
Well, hopefully in the next couple of coming years, we'll have our relative back here with us for our kids.
So then, Joe, the 16,000, that's, the unallocated or undesignated funds in ARPA?
Yes.
Right,
Yes, the other money
appreciate that.
we have secured, the 15,000 we have secured, but we're asking legislature to meet us at that halfway point.
All right, anything further? Hearing none, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. 16 is internal audit report. Alicia, you're back up.
Yep, I am on, and I have my mute undone now. So this is our audit report that we've been working on this past month for October. We did all of the CACFP training, the food program for daycare and Head Start that we had to do for the year. We had our visits with them, and we're still currently working with daycare to get into compliance. I think there was a shift in new employees, so we're working with them to get in compliance with that. We're still working on payroll testing yet, and I did not put that, I missed putting that on the list, but that's one thing that we're working on yet. And the other thing is completing testing for our 401k audit. We've been lacking in it the past few years, and if we don't keep up on it, it's probably going to be an audit finding for our 401k audit. So I've just been working on that ourselves. And the only one I've gotten WRDC and the casino completed already, and I'm just working on the tribes right now. And then RSM gave us an update on the fiscal year 21 audit. Their intention is to have all the drafted statements to us by Monday morning. And then finance will be able to start working on reconciling whatever they need to do with that. And I think that's been it for now. Any questions?
Thank you, Alicia.
Sure.
Senator Warrington?
Alicia, are all the audits gonna be submitted, uploaded over in time this year?
We're talking fiscal year 2022? Because 2021 is still delinquent. It should have been completed on June 30th. And we're still working on getting that completed. That was the update. They ran into management problems with their team.
Who's there?
RSM, our auditors, our external auditors. So now they have a new manager on and she's working through it. So that's why they stated that they'd be able to get it to us on Monday.
So, I'm worried about it getting up to the clearinghouse because my grant got called on it last year, red flag.
Correct. We've had quite a few grants already get.
And what do you do with that? Do you make sure you get an extension and do you let people know? Because, you know, I was really upset last year when I was told I was red flagged because our audit was not up there in that clearinghouse.
Correct. And last year, it shouldn't have been a problem with your program because the fact that the federal government had given everybody an extension and it was not due until December 31st. And it was filed in time by December 31st last year. This year was a different story because we had issues with staffing and everything that was going on in the finance department. And then when they were up and running and getting things done, then it ended up RSM lost like 5 managers and they're the ones that have to complete the final draft statements. So-
what about giving us notice or something that that's late, so we're not so upset and surprised when our programs tell us we're red flag?
Yep, and that's what I've been doing. Every report I have, I try to give you guys an update on it. Kind of to tell you guys where we're at.
Okay, so they lost 5 managers, now what, are they up to date now, or what?
Actually, they only have one manager. They only replaced one so far. They haven't been able to find any more, but the one that they have replaced, she's the one that's completing our audit. So she will have the drafts to us on Monday.
So you're thinking it'll be in by when?
Well, I would hope for November 30th, but you know, if not, it's gonna be very close to that. We have the holidays in there too. So I don't know what kind of miracles the finance staff can actually do for their reviews.
Anything else?
Just one other
No.
thing, you have a program audit for aging, will we get that?
Yes.
When?
We have not, we've only done a setup of that program audit. We haven't completed it. We're still working on the legislature task, and we're working on payroll task, and we're working on the 401k audit right now.
Okay. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Can I take it? Let me finish. Finish? All right, Legislator Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Move to accept the Menominee Tribe, Wisconsin Internal Audit Report for month of October 2022.
Second. That's a good motion. Second by Legislator Rob Nascom. Any further discussion or questions? All right, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, guys.
Thank you. Have a good night. Mr. Chairman, we are on number 17, management team reports.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. The first one up, Tribal Administration. Anne Marie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submitted the report for tribal admin just from October 2022, just stating I returned back to tribal administration and picking up some tasks where last left off, which was the strategic planning process. Working on those components again with Brenda, our planner, holding meetings with her back on weekly status reports, and then charting out the process. The other thing is we did book that meeting regarding the communication plan at the last legislature meeting, gave that update. I did add all of those key findings of the survey, of that communication survey, and then our next steps will be to implement those. Just wanted to let you know that we've continued those weekly meetings with finance and HR and grants writing staff, just to keep the communication open and everybody knows what is going on. We also revised our assigned departments role in this report, particularly because the training and development is of a high concern at this time. Working really close with the administrative committee regarding some of those issues regarding staffing and job descriptions, and particularly looking at workflow adjustments in those departments. So the labor pool is a trend that's that also similar to other tribes, but also across the nation. We are doing some additional focuses on onboarding, coaching, mentoring, and doing a training and development change. And this is as a result of those changes that are happening to our workforce. We're receiving a lot of our incoming new employees don't have the high caliber of a 30-year-old, 30 year veteran with some of the skill levels. So we're finding that we're having to spend more one-on-one time, training and developing. There's some lag in the system, some strain on that. And we heard that through our directors meeting. They did express the concern of being capacitated. And I think we kind of went over that when we were kind of talking about the drug abuse intervention team, some of those concerns of additional strain. With that, talking about some of the workforce issues, we are looking at that data that's coming from that compensation study and working with Tony on those data components and coming up with how we're going to move forward in reviewing that data. Organizational development, again, in regards to the whole training and development, it's to the point of recreating due to the many changes that are happening, really taking a look at how the tribe has organized some of the departments, especially some of the internal structures, the models being revisited, the models that were created in former years are not working anymore. So we're revisiting and analyzing. The administrative committee has a lot of discussion regarding that. So we continue to work on that and continue to develop some plans moving forward. Especially in November, we've had quite a bit of discussion regarding where we're going. So with that, you know, kind of what are we doing with those concerns is the need to develop some flexible scheduling. So what we've done is we are piloting 2 programs, child support and legal, to kind of look at if that's something that we could do. Not every department's going to be able to do that, but maybe certain positions or maybe certain days could be done. But we just want to try a pilot and working closely with IT and the department on seeing how that works. And the reason we chose child support was that the state has already moved to a telework environment, and their software allows for the management of that workflow, and director is able to monitor that. So a work in progress. We decided to do a 6-month period reporting back to see if it's working well, or if it's not working well, or if it's something that we could create a hybrid off of. So just wanted to write that in the report, and I've listed the administrative committee meetings. We've held 2 of them, and see the subjects that we've discussed, but there's other meetings that have occurred. So the monthly report is kind of revised a little bit, adding the assistant tribal administrators reports along with Sharon Walker, our economic development coordinator, but also continuing to provide you with the grant writers reports regarding what grants were written and what was awarded and how many were funded. And then the grant writers always create that table that shows the current grants that they're working on. So we included that. And then we have the contract activity and the grant payment activity. The COVID funding received to date. The last piece that you should have in a packet is the ARPA funding. I do have a request or something that I need to bring up on the ARPA report, is that we do need to have the legislature indicate the final date of the vaccination checks that were distributed. These would be the issued and not cashed. We need a date to finalize that and close those out. And the recommendation would be January 31st, 2023. So if I could get a motion, that would be appreciated. And are there any questions?
MTL? Legislator Wanapay.
Waiwan and Okemo. So just real quick, you mentioned the EDA grant, and Sharon is kind of overseeing that. What's the status or the progress on the potential for our maple sugaring to move forward for springtime?
In the report, she wrote a little bit about the maple syrup, portion of it, that they're still working on it. She's attended a maple syrup conference in La Crosse, at the end of the October. Funding available for employees to attend. She's basically just broaching the issue at this time, but they're in the process of doing their resource assessment and gap analysis of what we currently have and what we need. So, work in progress yet.
Okay, Wywanen, faster, ladies, faster, faster.
Definitely.
Other MTL?
I had a question.
Legislator Dixon, then Legislator Warrington.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Pretty sure this isn't the same thing. Anne Marie, it's about the grants and stuff. The budget extension planning and salary projections for public defender's office. Can you give me a little bit more elaboration on that?
Sure. So the grant, I believe, is a 3-year grant. So they're approaching the near end of that. So they need to do an amendment regarding what funds are left in that, kind of like what's remaining and what can be reprogrammed. So they're waiting for that extension. I'm not sure to date if they have received approval on that.
Okay, yeah. And are we looking at still continuing on with that public defender?
If we're able to obtain that funding, yes.
Okay.
We have the a personal issue at this time, but we're working on that.
Roger that. Thanks.
Myrna?
I forgot already. So Anne Marie, when you talk about assigned departments, it says, some of them departments are not supervised by tribal administration. Do they have supervisors, or is it just technical?
Yes, Madam. Legislator Warrington, they do have supervisors. Those would be the departments that are either supervised by the school board or by the tribal chairman. So we don't have supervised capability of those individuals, but we do provide them technical assistance.
Okay, and then it just seems like by the amount of work that the administration is doing, I thought there was going to be another administrative assistant. What's going on with that?
Yes, for the next report, I will be submitting an update to that final IDC fiscal year 22 update. That will be the final position, and we've completed that plan. So that'll be an update forthcoming.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all I had.
Steph, did you have something? Under your report or under Anne Marie's? Oh, all right.
I did mention it, Mr. Chairman, that underneath the ARPA funds, it can either go admin or tribal administration. It's the need to establish that cutoff date so that we can close that out and then see where we're at with those funds in the ARPA plan.
Got it. MTL?
Mr. Chairman,
Legislator Kakan.
I move to approve a void date for the Menominee Indian Tribes vaccination incentive as of January 31st, 2023, with the understanding that a void date means there will be no more vaccination incentives reissued.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Myrna?
I have another question for Anne Marie. For your strategic planning status, I was looking at that, report that was done about 5 years ago, 6 years ago. It was the tribal action plan. Have you seen that?
Mhm.
Do those, mesh at all, the strategic plan and that tribal action plan?
That may be something, because I wasn't here for that portion of it. Maybe Annette could answer a little bit about that, but I think that that was meant to be, using that as a foundation, a strategic plan, then they built that next plan off of that, and that was I think a coordinated event, right, Annette?
Well, we did have back, Chad Waukesha, Catnip, was a part of that, and we started with, that's back when we started with the forums with Manasakia. So that goes back to 2017 maybe? And there's a lot of, things in there that a lot of the tribes were doing as far as, drug abuse. And, all the tribes got a template for the tribal action plan.
Definitely something that can be incorporated and brought back during those planning sessions, Legislator Warrington.
So Annette, do you have anything to add?
I was just gonna mention that, with the strategic plan and the TAP being so far apart in number of years of creation, that is something that we had discussed is incorporating, the items from the TAP into a new strategic plan in that process that we're, currently going through.
Thank you for that. Anything further? All right, thank you, Anne Marie. Moving on then, HR, Tony? Good evening.
Been a long day, but, so my report's pretty, standard. I mean, I just kind of put together the same information that I put together for the last report, because I was only here, I mean, this is my first month in the position. A lot of, training, coaching, learning going on over in the department right now because of the reorg. Mentoring the HR generalists and kind of getting them familiar with their new roles. So not a lot of the, other things. I mean, trying to get my department in order to start rolling out and helping out in other departments is kind of where I'm at, kind of evaluating things that are going on and, updates that have to happen. I mean, we're looking at the job descriptions, and we're gonna start, redoing some of them, bringing them in line with chapter 170. So a lot of things are started, but it's a work in progress. So I guess with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Reminds me of Ben, she said.
The game's on somewhere.
I just have a question.
Gina?
So, with your, within the report, and it shows the grievances filed from FY 21 to FY 22, and, it's kind of a large jump from 2 to 11. And then there's still 4 pending, so the rest of them were, completed.
Well, I would assume they were completed or they were resolved in some manner. Like I said, I've been only in this position for about a month, and then before coming in here, I was only in the HR coordinator position for roughly a month, so, I can't really speak on too much of what happened in 2022. I can speak on what I've done, you know, in the last couple months, and, I mean, we're really, doing a lot of cleanup, so I mean, getting to some of this stuff is taking us a little bit longer. Our problem, we're having some communication issues, obviously, the whole tribe is having that. I reached out to some individuals and, we're having Gmail issues impacting, some of our communications, so, I mean, getting a hold of people and, you know, resolving some of the stuff, and even for interviews right now, a lot of people that create their profiles are creating their profiles through the, with the Gmail account, so, then automatic emails automatically go to that account that they set up their profile with, and we're getting kickback from that, so I assume we're gonna get some complaints in regards to that going forward, and, I mean, right now, there's really nothing we can do about that until, Google takes us off their blacklist or whatever they have. I don't even know if I answered your question there, Gina, sorry.
I'll let you go.
Yeah, I guess I got one question for MTL. I know this report, you probably see the same report every year, and you've probably seen it for multiple years. If you guys been on here for multiple years, or, I mean, we got a different system in place, Vista's in place now. I mean, I can get different analytics for you guys. I mean, I was just looking at a report that shows, I guess, some of the more relevant stuff I think that you guys might want to look at would be like the number of positions that were posted in a month, you know, how many of them posted that was higher, and if it went to a repost, this information that you're getting and that you have been getting is a little misleading. It doesn't show that, you know, it doesn't show if a hire was made at first posting. It just gives you these numbers, and I can actually pinpoint now positions that were interviewed, how many applicants were in that, if it was a first posting or if it was a second posting, whether or not there was Menominee applicants in that second posting, you know, how many hires were made, or if there was a hire made in that first posting. So, I mean, I can give you, I guess, better information. I just don't know exactly what you guys want, and, I don't know how valuable this information is that's on here for you. So if you guys want anything different, or you want to suggest, and if I can get it, I will provide it. You know, the analytics could be a lot different than what you're getting now, so. And I don't know the background behind all this stuff that you're getting and why it was asked for, and maybe it was asked for 10 years ago and nobody ever re-asked, so. I don't know what's important to you guys coming from the HR department, so.
All right, Tone, thank you. I seen Joey's hand up, then Ron's, and then Byron's.
Okay, Ma. Good to see you again, Tone. You know, it sounds like you're trying to get your feet on the ground over there, working pretty hard at it anyway, which is good. You know, I think I told you this last time. I like a lot of the things you're saying and you're trying to do. And you know, I guess I just and you're probably aware of this. You just haven't told it to us, but I guess I'd really like you to not forget about the morale of our employees. You know, maybe little incentives or you know, just something along that line, the morale piece of it. You know, a lot of our workers are just like they're just getting the crap worked out of them and no appreciation from, you know, from the directors and from us at MTL. And but I mean, we do hear it, and so I guess I'd just like you to, you know, just do whatever you want with it, but I think that's a big piece, is keeping your employees happy and, you know, letting them know they're valuable to the team. You know, if you could put that in the mix of everything you're doing, and that would be greatly appreciated.
Recently, last month, I had a meeting with the clinic and some of their upper management staff in regards to that compensation study, you know, and one of the things I did was thank them all for the effort that they're putting forth. You mean, I think that went a long way with the clinic staff that I was talking to that day. I mean, Katie and, some of the doctors that were in there, some of his higher up staff, you know, them guys don't get thanked every day either, you know, so I think when I work with different people, I try to do that, you know, I try to, acknowledge their contributions and their efforts, you know, as much as I can. I wish everybody could do that, you know, from the top down, but.
So Ron said he don't want no incentives. Toby? Good.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Legislator Walker. Tony, keep up the great work. I would like to see some of the analytics, you know, bring it, I'd like to see it, Mr. Chairman, come to us just so we can take a look at. Maybe there's something more that he can add that'll help us see the picture he's seeing for the organization. That's a daunting task and, you know, keep her going, man. Doing a good job.
Anything else for Tony? Myrna?
I don't know if it's before or staff after, but are you planning a Christmas party for staff? Well, I wish they would, and I think we should encourage it, and even do what we can to help, because it is true that people have been taking on more because they're short-staffed in most of these departments, and a lot of them are working more than 8 hours a day. So, you know, what can we do as a legislature to help them plan a party, do something for our staff?
I don't disagree. Legislator Dixon?
I agree with Legislator Warrington about the, you know, the help. What can we do to help? Here's a stab at the cat, I guess, would be to hire you know, a caterer to host the, do this stuff. You know, our employees, the organizations, the tribal organizations employees, you know, deserve a thanks, and I'm grateful and thankful for all the things that they do. And if that's looking at something like that, maybe we can try to hire a catering service rather than ask our own employees to make their own party or whatever, but I think that would be appreciative. I'd be in favor of doing something like that. But I agree with Legislator Warrington. A lot of people are burned out, so, you know, I don't think we should burn them with that. I think if we're gonna offer something from the shoe here and a good thank you for a Christmas party and everything, and I think we should be looking into something like that.
I also appreciate it, and so administrative committee, I think this is something that you can add to your workload, I guess I would say, and hopefully get a little fun out of it, but yeah, I totally agree, we should try to do something, so appreciate all the input.
Just a quick comment, I think next week we're having, just a departmental potluck, you know, for Thanksgiving, and we were not expecting.
You inviting us?
No, but, I will invite you to the holiday party in December, I guess. Depends if you're bringing food or not, I guess. It's a potluck, so the more the merrier. So I think more departments can start doing things like that, I guess, too, I think a Christmas party would be great, but it is kind of short. And Anne Marie was working on it at one time and asking for volunteers, and we're not getting, well, because people are overworked. They don't have the time, so if we can dedicate some people to planning that and maybe just doing something small, you know, and I think that would go a long way to help them around, so.
That's what we wanna do.
sounds good. So hopefully you have some kind of request back to MTL in regards to what MTL can do to support the festivities, I'll call them. That sounds good. So anything further for Tony? All right, thanks, Tony. Steph, you're up.
Also, legislators, attached is my October report. We continue to monitor general fund, the indirect cost pool. So I'm gonna give an update on our fiscal year 21 audit. RSM has notified the chairman finally in writing, outlined their internal issues that they are having. Corey did email this week and informed us that we should anticipate our single draft audit by Monday. So we are on standby, because we know the importance of it. I did speak to my staff, my managers. They are willing to give up their holidays, because we do have to reconcile and tie out to our CFA report. So with that, probably a handful of my staff will be working the day after Thanksgiving. I'm not gonna require them to give up Thanksgiving because I think that should be spent with family. But, they know the importance, so we will try our best to meet the deadline of November 30th to get to tie out. So then that goes into our fiscal year 22. With all of the changes that we've put back into place within finance, we are kind of on schedule this year. It's a good feeling. We've come a long way. We started our year-end closeout this week. We had a few departments that we were waiting on. Today I finally gave the final deadline. That's it. I can't wait no more because we have deadlines. We have reports that need to be completed. We have to pull out our Excel spreadsheets and start reconciling per our federal, state, and tribal funding for our CFA report. Since that was an audit deficiency, so we need to make sure that we are on target with that, make sure we get that correct.
So Steph, can you ask questions?
Sure.
As we're moving along, because I seen Legislator Dixon and then Legislator Warrington both had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Steph, is there, so I'll be looking at Mr. Chair, looking at the hard work that the finance department is gonna be doing up there, working over the holiday. I mean, I know they're gonna work, what, after Thanksgiving and Friday? Is there any way that we, as the, you know, of course you can look at compensating those that are gonna be doing that work? And, you know, I think that's one good step in the right direction of thanking the employees of the tribe that do commit and take that extra step of, making sure, we meet what we need to do to operate as an organization. So is there any way I would look at?
I know they're not on volunteer time, so that they'll get paid their holiday. They should get paid time and a half for hours worked. I think that's standard operating procedure.
Except for the exempt employees are just paid straight time, so they are compensated. It's just that they know the importance of this, and so we need to make that time. And I know this isn't gonna happen every year. It's just been happening since last year because they also had to give up their time during Christmas so we could meet the 2020 deadline of December 31st. So, they will be compensated, and I really do appreciate them because if it wasn't for all of them doing it together, there's no way we could be at where we're at today.
Appreciate that, Myrna.
Is WRDC gonna be an issue?
I haven't received any update on WRDC. I don't think they even finished their 2020. We haven't received any final notification on their 2020. If it was submitted.
So it's gonna be another issue for us this year.
Because that was due last December.
Are you good?
No, I'm mad at you.
Well, Steph, just to follow up on stuff for WRDC, are you communicating with them and stuff to let them know?
We,
Email wise and, phone wise?
Well, that's really not my role.
Okay.
But I know RSM goes directly to them. Kyle did accidentally send me some financials one time and he got like literally chewed out from the former GM. So, but no, I honestly don't know. All I know is we haven't received the final audit because I actually need that to put their revenue calculation into our revenue loss calculation for our ARPA funding. And so that's what I'm waiting on also.
So I made a note, I'll find out what I can and get that to you, Steph.
Okay.
Well, it should be something demanding, you know, because they did it last year. They're putting us in a bad light by not submitting the finances to the tribe. So it got held up last year, now it's gonna get held up again this year because they're not doing their part. They got a financial person over there, what's keeping them from doing that?
Yeah, I can't respond to what they're doing or not doing,
I know.
but I know it's an audit issue with us and I'm sure it's an audit issue with them, so.
I know the last thing that RSM updated us on is that, there was one lending company that WRDC didn't report to them, so then they had to request all that information and to bring that into their reporting, but then that's the last I heard.
How long ago was that?
September? I think that was in September.
I don't know who's on that board, do we have somebody on it?
Byron?
Well, don't sugarcoat it, it really needs to be a strict request.
So, Mr. Chairman, so that brings us into fiscal year '22. We are starting our closeout. We anticipate to be finally closed out by Wednesday next week. That's what we're hoping if we don't run into any major issues, any big journal entries that need to be done. So then we're trying to be on track. So by the end of December, our goal is to have our CFA draft copy submitted to RSM, along with our child balance and any other financials that they may need. I did email Corey this week and ask him what our '22 schedule will be. When can I anticipate him to be on site? He is meeting with his scheduler next week, and then he will let us know when he anticipates to be on site. I don't think he's gonna be here in January, just because of all of the delays that we've been experiencing. So I'm hoping he's not pushing us out to springtime. So,
If there's anything I can do to help with that, Steph, just make sure and reach out.
yep, for sure. I know he did email, so Monday we'll be waiting to see if we come in and we have our draft audit. If we do, we'll start on it immediately. So then the other thing is that the property management, the PMA coordinator and I forwarded some questionable APIs, and contracts to internal audit and then to administration for review. The PMA department is also working with IT on reconciling the fiscal year '22 asset additions and disposals. We are also working on finishing the construction in progress for 2022. That is another big area that we made a lot of progress in. Going from that inventory portal, and now we have the fixed assets within Abilla. So we can literally pull up now inventory reports for departments for any of their capital assets over 5,000. I am working with Abilla, and Software Simplified on how we can get that access to directors within our current security. So hopefully we can have that, pushed out by January if we can grant that access for the capital, for the fixed assets. And then a list of all the meetings that I attended. The issue on the void date is that we currently have 47 outstanding checks that have not been cashed for the vaccination incentive. And so when we looked in our documents and the motions, we don't have a void date from the MTL, so that's what we needed. So that means once January 31st comes, we are not gonna be reissuing any more checks, and we will take all of them outstanding checks out of our positive pay system and so they will not be able to be cashed anymore. And then the funds can be reallocated by MTL. Attached is the tribal budget for October, the revenue and expense, the fund cash balance report, the cash position, investment analysis, gaming, we had no transfers from gaming, and then a payment processing company. Is there any questions? I just want to know on our revenue and expense for the tribal ordinance, again, we are going to be monitoring that closely because our revenue is not coming in, like as you can see for October, we're already at a loss for the month of October. So we want to make sure that them departments are spending all of their federal and state before their tribal, so we will be watching that closely.
So Stefan, on the cigarette tax and that, those show negative revenue because that's a bill that
Yep,
was
that's a
submitted
bill.
but not got paid yet.
Yep, correct.
All right, thanks. Dana?
No, we didn't get no transfer yet. On the, transfer schedule that the casino did send to us, we were anticipated to get 200,000 for October and we haven't received anything yet.
Legislator wanna pay?
I'm sorry, Dana, were you done? No?
No, they haven't. I'm still receiving, emails from Jean. Yeah.
Good? Good? You okay? Yeah. We've been having some discussions and I hope Steph backs me up on this, but we've been having some discussions at Budget and Finance also revolving around the casino issue. And we would like to see at a minimum, if not monthly, quarterly meetings with casino. So we know where there are just so many unanswered questions. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what's happening. If they need to be in executive session, then so be it. But I think we need to move forward with some kind of action to meet with casino on a regular basis. Because this 1.5 in transfers just isn't acceptable. You know, from what I understand, that was all in lieu of the pandemic. And we coming out the other end of the pandemic now, and why are we still settling for 1.5 when it should be back up to, what was it, 5 million and some change. So those are some of the things we've been talking about at Budget and Finance the last month or so.
So we do meet monthly with the casino. So maybe we're just not asking the right questions, right? They give us a report every month.
Question, are you thinking to meet with MIGA?
I don't think we need to meet specific with MIGA, maybe the financial team at the casino, people that can answer the financial questions that maybe they don't want to answer in open session if you know, if that needs to be the course, but, because when I read the minutes, there's nothing in the minutes when I read them.
Legislator Dixon.
Yes, it was a strong topic we talked about, budget and finance and stuff, and just looking at it in the past, everything, like Legislator Wanapé was saying, this is, you know, COVID time that they put the 1.5 and us coming out now, and we should be actually, the bar should be actually going up higher now. The revenue should be coming in, because there's questions. You know, we've been going through, watching over the years, seeing GMs going like a revolving door out of there. My questions are, you know, why is this happening? And then the other question is identifying our shortfalls. Identifying, you know, what is the shortfalls for the casino? What is the shortfalls for MIGA?
So I really think we're getting to a point where we probably want to do do just what's being suggested, have that closed session and be able to clear the air, so to speak, because, yeah, I don't want us treading down, you know, a path here that we probably shouldn't, you know, and there ain't really nobody here that can answer them questions that are being posed anyway, and so, you know, I think that's what we should do. We should schedule that executive session, have them come in, and everybody be prepared with their questions. You know, it can't just be about, what about the transfers? It's gotta be, you know, the whole ball of wax, so to speak, you know, and you know, start questioning where we are, why we are where we are, right? So, and I know that there's some positive change there. I really do know that, you know, but that's not getting reported to us as well. All we know is we don't get transfers. That's about basically what we know.
So I bet you guys don't wanna give up your hunting week next week to meet.
We had a general council with my gun, we didn't have a quorum. Just saying.
Why'd you look at me like that? Just 'cause you don't wanna give up your hunting week.
Yeah, right, that's what I'm saying too. Let's be ready. Legislator Dixon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was wondering also if requesting, just some more background information from meeting minutes that were approved from them, from MIGA to here. Just a history, because then it allows to see if there's a pattern somewhere, you know, for review, and then that'll help isolate questions that, you know, factual questions that you need to look for answers for, you know, because there's a trend. There's gotta be a trend, you know. If there wasn't a trend, we wouldn't be asking to do this right now. So I'm just wondering if we can get that information, legislators can get the minutes, so we can just go through.
Just want to make sure the minutes you're asking about MTL minutes or MIGA minutes.
That would be MIGA minutes.
Yeah, I think we can make a request to MIGA for them.
Don't we get that? Yeah, we get both minutes.
Yeah, it's just a condenser. From the past year, that's all, just a condensed version. See what's going on for past year. What is it, MIGA meeting once a month, right? Or every other month?
End of the month.
End of the month? Yeah, so we can have something like from last year, October, to this year, October, maybe we can verify something.
I appreciate that, Steph.
Just one, I know legislator wanna pay when all of our discussions that why it was brought up is because once ARPA is gone, we really have to worry, because if they're only transferring 1.5 million and we are using approximately over 4 million in revenue loss from ARPA, who's gonna pick that up and who's gonna make them cuts? So then you're really forced to start cutting your programs. So that's why it's key to make sure that them gaming transfers are coming in. Any of our transfers are coming in from entities. That's gonna be key in the future.
Appreciate that. Legislator Wanapin.
So if I heard you correctly, that was my final question, was about the revenues. The way I'm reading it, they're actually coming in a little bit low.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We only
okay.
collected, well, as you can see that, well, the cigarette one is because they had a payable.
Yeah.
They didn't receive their revenue, so we're at already a loss of 40,000 in revenue. So overall, for the month of October, we're at a loss of 582,000.
I just wanted to make sure I was reading that correctly, Moiwana.
But, I'll continue to update budget and finance every month. We'll continue to monitor it closely.
I still think we should have a special meeting on Saturday. So, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead, Myrna.
if they have their monthly meeting on Tuesday, couldn't we
It's up to you guys if you just wanna make that happen.
28,
Is that when you meet,
29?
Becky?
Hunting's done, huh? Is he 5 o'clock? 4? So I wonder if we could have that first hour to meet with joint, we can get this all together, cause I don't know, yeah, what are we gonna do? I think we know what the problem is, it's just like all over the country is, hard to get workers, continual, there are always turnovers, and, people just not getting out there. I think it's happening all over. So that would be my request is that we try to meet with the, Mike on the 28th, at 3. Couldn't we just meet at 4 and then be done with this and just continue on?
So I know I'm on travel, I just wanna let yous know that. Ron?
Open, or is this executive session or open session? What I've been hearing sounds like executive session.
That depends on how tough you wanna get.
I think when you're discussing your financials, I think you need to be an executive.
He was asking for. Executive session at 4 o'clock. Over there.
November probably.
What happened?
It's getting closer to 8, I think. So go ahead, keep going and Steph.
So, do we need a
Oh.
motion? Yeah, yeah,
On the 29th. That's your motion?
yes.
Is there a second?
At the casino,
Discussion?
chicken dinner. And I think,
I am, yeah.
so that's my motion, but I think we should have staff, finance staff with us.
Yeah. Further? So get it on your calendar, Steph. All right, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
2 abstentions, motion's carried. Like to qualify.
Wasn't here for, was, motion was called for.
Becky? All right, Michael Board. Thank you for that. All right, Steph, you can finish up.
That's all I have.
Okay. Any questions? Yeah.
Chairman. Are we moving?
Go ahead, Ron.
We'll move. Other business matters of immediate nature that cannot wait until next meeting?
Don't
Second.
we accept the management team reports first? That's your motion?
Make a motion to accept the management reports.
Second.
Discussion. Hearing none, motion's carried. What? I didn't even vote.
Aye.
Getting closer to 10 than not 8. All in favor?
Aye.
Holy man. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Let me start that over again. Yeah. Holy man. Oh. All right.
Ready?
Ron threw me a loop there, curveball.
Sorry.
Or that cane nook, eh, Ron? Number 18.
I'll move. Mr. Chairman, motion other business matters of immediate nature that cannot wait until next meeting. 1, Agriculture and Forestry Committee recommendations dated October 17th, 2022. A, to move forward with nomination and assist Melissa Cook with process. B, approve forest history education project, move forward with tribal archivist and Jeff Greeno. C, approve Melissa Cook, tribal archivist, to lead nominee forestry history archival project with forestry and historic preservation. 2, add the executive session, approval of attorney contract. Second.
I know Myrna had something for other business, so.
She's not in here, so. I'm kidding.
Yes, I do have. I'm on task report that I want to give regarding the 2 meetings we had this week. Yes, added to the other business, number 3.
So you want to include that in your motion? Or did we vote already?
We're good?
I don't know, I
To-
can't keep
to
track
include-
already.
Include Legislator Warrington's time on tasks from this week. Is it?
Where?
What'd you get?
Yeah, but it's not, no cost.
Right, any further discussion? Hearing none, then all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. All right, number 1, Ag and Forestry Committee, Ron?
Thank you, Chair. Regular meeting, Agriculture and Forestry Committee, October 17th, 2022. 1, motion made by Gary Bisa to move forward with nomination and to assist Melissa Cook with the process. Second was by Joey Wanape. Motion carried 6-4, 0 opposed. I think I was absent because I chaired the meeting, but
Discussion.
discussion, yeah. I asked, any questions? I asked Melissa, and thank you, Melissa, for hanging on, this agenda item. If there's any questions on this, Melissa's hanging on and she's gonna be able to answer.
MTL?
The motion doesn't really reflect, I mean, I think if she explains, it'll be a lot clearer.
Melissa, are you there?
I am here.
So
Um,
provide a brief explanation.
Sure. The Forest History Association Wisconsin has requested that Menominee Tribe submit a nomination for the Forest History Hall of Fame, Forestry Hall of Fame. And I presented at the Ag and Forestry Committee to have Menominee Tribe be nominated under the name of Chief Oshkosh be the nominee. And that was the motion to approve, to move forward in the nomination application, which would be willing to assist in writing and submitting.
Clear? MTL, anything further? All right, hearing none, then I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. 2. Yep, go ahead, Ron.
Number 2, motion made by Gary Bisa to approve forest history education project and move forward with tribal archivist and Jeff Reno. Second was by Jeremy Patchquit. Motion carried 5-4, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. And I wasn't absent. Concur.
Discussion?
So would this be the part where they work on identifying and collecting the information? That's who Jeff and Melissa would be doing that?
Yeah, I'll let her answer.
Go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. And another area of collaboration that the Wisconsin History Association would like to do is in education. They feel that the Menominee's sustainable forest history really needs to be brought into the educational level, all the way from K through college level. So it's really looking at the LEAF program, which is a K through 12 curriculum, and some other opportunities. And the motion brought forward was to engage Jeff Greeno in this initiative to collaborate in educational endeavors with the Forest History Association in regards to Menominee forest history. And the curriculum development and curriculum collaborations with the Forest History Association.
Myrna, go ahead.
That was kind of my answer there was, curriculum. And that was some curriculum for the K-12, which is really good. Jeff is really good.
Right, anything further, MTL? Hearing none, then call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? 1 abstention. Motion's carried. Like to qualify? Thank you for that. Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number 3, motion made by Joey Wanapay to approve Melissa Cook, tribal archivist, to lead Menominee Forest History Archival Project work with forestry and also with historic preservation. Second was by John Latender. Motion carried 6-4, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. And I wasn't absent. No second. I concur.
Discussion? Myrna?
There's some stuff out there already. There's that video by Marshall, 40 years old. I seen it when I was in College State. They showed it as part of one of my classes, and Marshall people is out there in the forest and doing some teaching. So there's some stuff out there already.
Good to know. I don't know if you heard that, Melissa, but I know you know how to do your research.
Yep, yep, yes. And this is just a third project that the Forest History Association, because they really believe that, Menominee is, you can't talk about Wisconsin history, our nation forest history, our international forest history without talking about Menominee. And really to have that archival material, and that collaboration again with the Wisconsin Forest History Association.
And it spurred discussions about, forestry. It's like a museum up there with maps and, archiving some stuff. It's preserving some of that stuff. So those discussions also carried on from this motion. So
Old maps.
not better
areas.
Old maps. There's one in the college on the wall. It's really old.
Yeah.
Any rooms on it.
Yeah, there's older historic maps of, Legend Lake development, and there's a lot of stuff up there that needs to be, besides the records and older stuff, the determination stuff, so that's not being archived or taken care of. Maybe it can fall into this project.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yes.
Anything further? All right, hearing none, then all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried.
Thank you, Melissa. Now I can go
You're welcome. Thank you.
get to work. Thank you.
That research going around said. All right, number 2 is added to executive session, so moving on to number 3, the time on task.
Executive session's not on the agenda. Wanna make a motion to add it onto the agenda?
Oh, all right. That's your motion?
Yeah.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. Thank you for that. She ran out to get an update on the game, but didn't report. But that's other business.
That's all other business. This is my time on task report, because I think it's really important to have this, to the legislature, because we did keep moving forward on our efforts for drugs. So we had, drug addiction intervention team meeting on Monday. And then we had another forum on Tuesday. So we got a lot of information out of the forum. Actually disheartening part of one of them I will speak to in a minute. But what I want to do right now, number 1, is to send a letter from the tribal chairperson and the prosecutor to the tribal courts requesting all of these funds be allocated for drug abuse prevention activities. Time is of the essence because of the increase in drug activity and drug-related deaths. We are starting to plan a youth forum in the spring. So what happened was the police gave us a report on their drug bust, talked about the thousands and thousands of dollars that they confiscate from these drug busts, and that it goes up to the courts, and the courts don't know what to do with it. They give back to the people, the drug people. How ridiculous is that? And they said that if the tribal chair could and the prosecutor could ask the courts to allocate that money to areas. And I'm asking if you can have a letter allocating it to the drug education activities that we're doing at this time. Like the forum Tuesday was like $4,000, and that was for the refreshments, because a lot of programs can't pay for food and refreshments. But we had donations from the clinic and donations from the MISD and from housing. But doing one in the spring for the kids is going to be really important for us, and have, incentives and things for the kids to be there and participate in what we're trying to educate them on. Anyway, my request then is that the chair try to do a letter to the courts asking if they can't allocate those confiscated funds to a fund for holding educational activities against drugs in this community.
Yeah, and I won't try, Myrna, I'll do it.
Awesome. Any questions? Second one was to require the prosecutor to take on all these drug cases, big or small, and request that these funds are allocated to the drug addiction education activities for our community. Because he chooses his cases, and that's known from up there. He needs to do them all. I mean, why do one and not these other 2? I don't care how big or small, we need all the help we can get to fight this issue. The third one was to invite MSB, we have our December meeting on the 15th at the casino by motion. And so our idea was to have an invite to the MISD board, the Menominee County Board of Supervisors, and MIGA with the legislature on December 15th meeting at the conference center for update from the drug prevention team.
Yep.
we can report out, and like I, kind of explained to you, is that we had that meeting in March, but we really need to do a presentation to the boards, so they know what we're doing, and when we ask them for money, you know, they're more apt to give it to us to put on these things. The fourth thing was to research the possibility of bringing back the drug court, and if Tony knows anything about that, or what can we do about it?
You wanna respond? Or at least looking into it.
Is Tony speaking?
Yeah, she is.
I can't hear.
She said,
Sorry for the interruption.
Yeah, so I'm not sure when it folded or closed down or whatever. But I know that for a while it was sustained, it was self-sustaining, and it was funded through our departments over there. When I was in the prosecutor's office, we did that. So I totally agree with bringing it back. And I've had that conversation with the Chief Justice. And the Chief Justice is, I don't know if it's drug court or more like a family court. The family court was a more of what she was looking at. So I know she's interested in it, but as far as I don't know how to start that process, I guess, and maybe that would be a, yeah. I think it's by the Constitution, I think I believe the legislature does have some I better not speak, I'm not sure yet. I'd have to look into it though, on how you would start that process again.
okay. Then the last one is something I've been whining about for at least 8 years, was to develop a drug-endangered children's code. Because one of the stories that we heard on Tuesday from one of the officers was a drug bust they made with these adults, and there was kids in there, and they were drugged up from what was going on in that car, in that house. They couldn't even wake up that 5-year-old. He was out for days on these drugs. Know we have a children's code, but it's rather lengthy, and I just think if we have a children's code, we can go right to it and decide on what you can do about these things that are going on where our kids
Are involved.
We're lucky we haven't lost any of them little ones yet. But it's gonna happen if we don't get on this. That's a big job for legal. Legal did the children's code, and it took a couple years, 2-3 years to develop that. But there are other tribes that have drug codes that could be. Those are my recommendations. Any questions?
Ron?
Number two require, number two, who would that be, the chairman or?
Yes,
Chairman?
chairman is the boss
Correct.
of the prosecutor.
It's clear, okay.
Actually, I'm the boss of the prosecutor.
Right.
Are you really?
That's what I asked.
So I did, after the forum, I did bring these questions to him. And I did get responses, and of the 83, he's filed 63 of those. So 63 of the 83, he has filed charges. And he provided me a list of those, and then in regards to the, so I looked this up myself about the seizure. So the seizure of we actually have a law in the books that talks about seizure and forfeiture. There's two different things. So when cops, when police go and enter and seize, evidence, it's only a seizure. It's not a forfeiture. So a seizure, on the books, there's a process in order to actually have a forfeiture of the evidence. So, there's a process that has to take place, and, I know it was a struggle for us, but I was in that office, just because there's not a procedure in place, and I know that, I did ask the prosecutor about that, if he now has a procedure established for the forfeiture. I know how we used to get around it was put it in our plea deals that it would be a part of the plea deal that it would be forfeited. So that's how we were able to get around it instead of having to go through this extra process of forfeiture. He said they have filed summons and complaints through this forfeiture process, but it's just one extra step beyond the actual case itself. It typically needs to be, it says here, it needs to be done within 60 days of the filing of the, I think it's the filing of the complaint. I think that's what it is. And it actually says where the money goes to. It spells out that the money will go to the general fund in that ordinance by law. It says where the money will go. So I just started having those conversations with him once I went to the forum too and heard those concerns. So I started bringing up those concerns with him, and he's aware of them, and he's aware of the concerns, and he did respond to my questions when I asked him. As far as the courts ordering it, I think that's a part of that civil forfeiture process. And then I believe if it was a part of the plea agreement, it can be forfeited by the court. So I don't necessarily know, I don't know overall like an aggregate on the amount or anything. I didn't ask that. I was just trying to get at the issue, like what's the process and is it broke? Do we need to fix it?
So there is a, way to go and ask that then, that process be followed, so that money comes back for education?
So that it already, I think it's already supposed to be put, according to the ordinance, it's supposed to be put into the general fund. I don't know if there would need to be an ordinance change to spell out that specifically for, prevention, as opposed to the general fund. I'm not sure, because I just started looking at that.
They must not be following it, because you heard them say that, they're giving them back to the judge, because they don't know what to do with it.
Well, if it's only seized, and the forfeiture is not followed through with, then it would go back, any evidence would go back that is not, harmful to the community. So like, obviously, they're not gonna give drugs back or anything.
Okay. So we need a process, then I think, to follow that, so that doesn't go back to them. It goes into the community where they're ruining people's lives.
Yep, nobody disagrees, Myrna, so
I have a question for Tony.
what, Gina?
So, I know you're, looking at the law and how it reads, but is there a way to, add in that process if it's seized our forfeiture? Either are, so that it's coming here no matter what? Is that legal? Can that take place? If they seize it, it goes. If they forfeit, it goes. Where it's not going back to them.
So,
This seems like there's a way around that seizure part to give it back to them.
so I would have to look at that more, because ultimately it's their property and you go through this process, it's like due process, right? It's the rights of individuals. So that's what's the protection here. Because if I go whatever, get caught, and I just happen to have $1,000 in my possession and it looks suspicious, so they take my money, they'd just take it without me having any recourse. whether I'm guilty or not. So that's why there's that due process in place, because if they're found not guilty, then they probably, you know, they would get it back. So there needs to be certain due process, in place to protect those rights, our property rights, that's us here also.
Well, it was worth a try.
I mean, we can look at a better process, though. That's
Yeah.
one of the things I broached with, the prosecutor was maybe there needs to be a meeting between the police department, the tribal court, and the prosecutor to talk about the issue and see where the holes are, to see how we make that process work better. And once they look at it and figure out if the process, if it's not the process and it's something with the law that needs to be tweaked, then we can do that. But I don't know if they've ever sat down to look at that before, the whole, law enforcement system. I don't believe that's ever occurred.
So, maybe just report back at the next meeting or so? What we
I can
figure
try
out?
and get, yeah, like I said, I just sent out that email and got a response from him yesterday, so I can probably try and set up something with the courts and the police department and, set that meeting and kind of be the facilitator of them to get this moving.
Okay, so that would be number 1, 2, 4, and 5 on here. That we can't do anything about right now. So number 3, Mr. Chairman, is something that I would ask if I, could make a motion that happen. I talked to you a little bit about that already for that December 15th meeting. That we make it a joint, kind of like, were you on when we were doing the trauma-informed care joint reports? Kind of like that.
All right.
I do have one more comment on the number 5. I know back in, when I was in the prosecutor's office, they actually did work on a, wasn't the law, but it was a drug endangered, children's protocol. So somewhere there's a document over there that's for, there's a protocol that was supposed to be followed when, these situations occurred. So it may be different, obviously, drugs have changed since then, but, I recall when we were working on it, it had to do with, meth. It wasn't fentanyl, it was the meth fumes and all that, so it's different, but I'm thinking that could be a base to start looking at, because the work had been done at that time. A lot of work was put into that protocol.
No sense in reinventing.
Yeah, yeah, so I know I don't know who would have that over there, but I know that was done at one time.
So Myrna, you're gonna make a motion, go ahead.
Making a motion that the chairman invite the Menominee Indian School District Board and Menominee County Board of Supervisors and Menominee Indian Game Authority to our December 15th meeting at the conference center for an update from, drug addiction intervention team.
Second.
Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion's carried. All right, thank you for that, Myrna. Moving on, 10-day waiver. Oh, did you have some more? Oh, I apologize. All right, 10-day waiver request. Time on task reports. First one is Myrna.
Oh, that's when I went to that mental health and substance use recovery conference in the Dell. I got a lot of information there. I brought back a lot of brochures and, different announcements on, future opioid conferences. My recommendation is to get a harm reduction specialist to do a presentation for our drug intervention group, because that's one of the biggest things is harm reduction and, people
next one, Rachel.
This is when me and legislator Wabnascom attended the Get Out the Early Vote event in Milwaukee. It was a very long day, but recommendation would be to keep attending and showing up. Legislative members show up to these events to you know, build relationship and make sure that we encourage people to get out and vote.
All right, thank you for that, Rachel.
Mr. Chairman,
Myrna?
is it possible to get, data on that vote? Because it was good to see the governor. We were glad he got back in there because there was a lot of things going on with him yet. So, cause I know with that last big vote, the tribal members had actually helped with that, bringing in the Democrats.
Yeah, I know the last election, the way I understood it was the tribal vote pushed him over the top. But, yeah, I think again, but then I think the women's vote also, because it was such a wider margin of victory. But I know we did get something from one of our Michael Best strategists. I'll take a look at that, and if there's information related, I can share that with you. Bill did send something, I just didn't get a chance to open it, yeah. All right, so the next one then is Legislator Awanape.
Yep, so this is one of our state tribal relations meeting. We have one more scheduled for December 15th down in Madison. Topics I listed, and there's a few other things that other tribes are working on, like LCO is getting a lot of time on the floor trying to get what do we have for tax gas, tax free gas, the thing that we
a comment, you know, with the administration staying the same, you know, that's gonna help tremendously to be able to keep things going, with Evers being in there again, it's just a point to switch to you guys have been, probably lost a lot of things you're working on, so it's good news. Keep it up.
Yeah, you're right, we would have, that was a big concern, even Representative, Mursa, who chairs the state travel relations. He had made a comment when we were down there on the sidebar, that exactly, with the leadership changes, we're gonna be back to square one with a lot of these issues. But now that it's staying consistent, but there are 22 new representatives that are in the house now.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to do a lot of education as we move from now to January.
And Joe Stoll should be helping you.
He is, yeah.
Take advantage.
Set up different meetings for us while we're there. So they're trying to, there's 22 new ones. So anyway, yeah, good stuff.
All right, then, thank yous for that. Legislators. So moving on, 21 is travel. I don't see anything in the packet.